2, check, check, test 1, 2, test, test. Check 1, 2, check, check 1, 2, check, check 1, 2, check, 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 check.
Chair Stevens,
Present.
Vice Chair Martin,
Here.
Secretary Fletcher,
Present.
Regent Bogard, Present. Regent Cox,
Present.
Regent Finan,
Here.
Regent Girdler,
Here.
Regent Green,
Here.
Regent Hamilton,
Present.
Regent Herding,
Here.
Regent Jackson,
Here.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Here.
Regent Smith,
Present.
Regent Witten.
Present.
All members are present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. And for those of you that may be watching on board, we left off yesterday at the action item of ratification of personnel actions, which was, I think, number E, so we'll pick that one up first. And Lynn is to introduce that agenda item.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is a quick topic. So just a few things in our personnel actions. So there are a few administrative appointments I'd like to point out. Jesse Shook, who was also in the last board meeting as personnel action, was an associate vice president at the time. And in this reporting period, she is now appointed vice president. DeMarcus Hobson was just recently hired as our diversity and inclusion manager, as well as Emily Sayers, our talent development manager. I'd also like to take us to the third page where we talk about full-time positions. So at this point in time, we have 3,877 full-time regular positions at KCTCS. As of this time as well, we have 227 openings. And then our regular vacancies as of the end of the reporting period were actually 56 faculty and 116 staff. I would also like to note that the resignation of Dr. Zarapata is not in this report because it is as of 1/31, nor is the appointment of Dr. Ferguson as acting president. Any questions on the personnel actions?
Seeing none, we'll take a motion to approve the personnel action.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call.
Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin,
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher,
Aye.
Regent Bogard, Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Green,
Aye.
Regent Hamilton,
Aye.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Aye.
Regent Smith,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The votes are unanimous, the motion carries.
Thank you. Next item up is financial information. Mr. Buddy, you're up. Again.
Good morning, everyone. So on we presented to you in your packet, we've given you some information on the quarterly report. Basically, this depicts the second quarter of our fiscal year 2023 with information ending December 31st of 2022. So just wanted to let you know that, on our total revenues of $499 million, we went down. So if you go back a little bit more, I'll go back to my page. Or 61% of our budgeted revenue. On our statement of current funds and revenues and expenses, I'll also reflect expenses of $411 million, or 43% of expense of what we budgeted for the current fiscal year. If you look at the statement of funds and revenue expenses, that breaks it down, and that was the item that Keith was just showing a few minutes ago. As you can see, we're kind of right on target. Our total operating expenses, we spent 61% of what we budgeted, earned revenue. We've received 61% of our earned revenue, and we've only spent 43% of the expenditures that we were expecting. This is halfway through the year, so we're a little under basically our goal of spending 50% within 6 months of our expected expenditures for the year. So we can see that colleges are watching their budget. We're showing some efficiencies and not spending everything and being fiscally sound. At the net position still remains strong at the end of December 31st of 2022, and that is $1,066,134 is our debt position as of December 31st. Do want to point out that we are on the rebound of our investment income. That is starting to come back up again. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. We had a couple of bad year last year, but this year we see that we're rebounding a little bit. It's coming back up, not as where we were in the past years, but our investment income is coming back up. I'll leave it at that if there's any questions. We've got Mr. David Atkins here and Mr. Brendan Lane here that can help with any other questions that I'm unable to answer.
Seeing none, next item, buddy?
The next item I wanted to bring to your attention is I was asked to give an update on the higher education emergency relief funds. And so KCTCS has been awarded, $315 million in federal relief funds from the pandemic efforts. This money, with the exception of one item that I'm going to show you, all this money was distributed to the colleges. It was used in two ways: one, to help our students, and the other is to help our institutions. So in most every one of these categories, we receive funds that went directly to the students. We also receive funds that went to the institution to help mitigate the efforts of the pandemic by multiple labs, separation of students during that time. It seems like that was a lifetime ago, but and also the institutions were able to spend this money for instance, tractor trailer trucks for our CDL licensing. You can only do so much in one truck, and with the segregation of keeping the distance, we were able to buy some additional vehicles for that. Additional nursing items for separation in our labs for nursing, and then the normal, your hand sanitizer, mask, all that stuff we were able to use for that. So in this, in your packet, you should have a basically list of all the HERF funds. And get back to that one. It's further down. Sorry. In your list, we've got a breakdown of all the HERF funds. And what we're showing you in this is we're showing you we received like 3 different pots of money. There's the CARES funding, which was the first HERF. We had the CARISA, which was the second, and then ARP, there you go, right there. So this is the cheat sheet that you all have in front of you in your packet, which lists all of the funds that we received. So as you can tell here, the CARES Fund, we got a student portion. We got basically almost $18 million. All of this money went directly to our students. We had a process put in place. This money was posted to student accounts, and then we refunded this money directly to the students. In each of these files that we have, in the upper right-hand corner, we give you the date that this money expires. So you can see for each college how much they were awarded, how much was expended, and what we have unspent in this balance. So in the first round, it was CARES. We got almost $18 million student, and then we got institutional funds to match it. You want to scroll down? The next pot of money that we received was CARISA funding. Again, we got a student portion. That money went directly to the students, and then we got an institutional portion. Again, we have a deadline date of June 2023 to spend this money. When we got the CARISA funds, at that point in time, the federal government and Department of Ed decided that even though we have a pot for the students and that goes directly to the students, we also had the ability to get consent from our students, if they consented, to this money that it could pay off any prior balance that they had. So when we got the Carissa funding, even in the student portion and in the institutional portion, if a student allowed us, when we awarded them, I mean, we could not award them, but if we awarded them the money, they could opt to allow that money to pay off their debt. If they didn't opt to do that, then this money went directly to the student. This is the second part. On the Carissa, there were a couple extra additionals that came in, additional funding that came in. There was, and then we had, the last item is the American Rescue Plan funding. Again, we got a portion for the students, we got a portion for the institutional. Again, with this money, the student money literally had to go to the students. The institutional could either use it for in-house stuff, or they could actually give that money to the students as well. So our colleges had a combination of both, and we did a combination of both with the institutional funds. We spent that on institutional items, but the majority of it went to our students. Let's see. Then within each of these plans, a little bit further down, and like I say, there's a lot of information. That's why I put it in a booklet so you can review it, and if you have any questions later. Within each one of these funds, they actually broke it down into a program called, an additional program called Strengthening Institutional Program Success. And this was Carissa money and ARP money. Again, this was another set of funds that came into the colleges for us to spend to help our students. All of this money, again, went to the colleges and was to help our students move forward during the pandemic. In addition, the federal government also gave the Commonwealth some funds through the American Rescue Plan as well. And then CPE then distributed those funds to each of the colleges. In our instance, we received what's called the Governor's Emergency Relief Education Funds. That was also money that was sent to each of the colleges that applied for it, and then to help our students with summer bridge programs, mental health, and to, like I say, this money went to help support our students during that time frame. Again, every one of these has an expiration date, what's up there in the corner, and how much money is out there, how much we received, spent, and what's left. The last two items that I wanted to bring up in regards to the federal stimulus money is also KCTCS received basically $1.4 million from the Kentucky Department of Health to help with COVID mitigation strategies. These were the only funds that came to the Versailles office, and what we did is we worked with the Kentucky Department of Health to do public service announcements, campaigns out to promote individuals getting the vaccine. So that was what this money was for. I wanted to bring that to your attention. This fund here was basically worked with our marketing team and our IT team staff to communicate out to individuals to promote getting vaccinated. Those were the only funds that came here to the system office, and we spent it all on that program. The last item is that it was recently the state Commonwealth gave us basically $4 million to help with the Healthcare Workforce Collaborative. Each of the colleges developed a plan. It got approved. CPE approved those plans, and we distributed the money according to what each college's their plan is going to be. As you can see, this money, we have an expiration date of June of 2024. So that's why you'll see a kind of a large balance in there as we're just getting started with that project. So Chair Stevens asked me to give you an update on all of the HERF funds that came in, the breakdown, what we got, what we spent, and what's left. So that's that informational item there.
Any questions to Buddy about those funds?
Yep.
Okay, great.
So, $282,998 that expired in December that didn't get spent out of the gear funds?
Yes.
Why?
The gear funds were specific for summer programs, and when we got the money, it was a little kind of late, and to develop those plans and help with the summer bridge programs at some of our colleges. And then, in addition to that, if we didn't have the participation of our students, we couldn't spend that money.
So do we feel pretty certain that the 430,000 that's sitting there will be gone by June in the, ARP funds?
Yes, we are making a concerted effort, working with our colleges to make sure that this money is spent. In addition, we do have the ability, if we have, and I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number, but if we have a certain amount left in these funds, we have the ability to apply for an extension for another year. I know we have one college right now that is working on trying to get an extension to spend some of these monies.
So it looks like South Central and Hopkinsville still have balances in their accounts as well for, the CRISA funds. Will those be spent as well?
Yeah, so we have a conversation with South Central this past week, and the plan to spend those monies and how we can take the remaining amount of those monies and possibly go back prior to the pandemic and pay off some student balances at that time. So we were limited in, they gave us some really strict rules on how we could spend this money.
Yeah,
And
I
how we-
remember us being told that,
Yeah.
there were just certain things, certain pots that money could
Right.
fall into or come out.
So
of.
we are currently working with South Central on that opportunity to expend those funds by June 30th of this year.
And then you said the ARP funds will be going to 191,000.
Yes,
Just seems like a lot of money that could be helping,
yes.
and we're in March and
Yeah.
April, May, June.
Well, the challenge is we are still restricted on what we can spend those monies on. I'm not gonna say, I can't say that we're fully out of the pandemic, but, that's the challenge that we have now is, trying to stay within the federal guidelines of how we spend this money and not get an audit exception and
Right.
actually spend the money, so.
And our students know it's there. We've told them, our advisors are advising them, hey, there may be money for you, go back and pay off some debt or spend it now. Like, students have been notified that this is available.
I can't answer that question without reaching out to each of the individual colleges to see how they're handling it on their
I'd
own.
be beating the bushes to spend this money. It's not every day you get free money in
Yeah.
government, right? Okay.
So we are working with colleges that have money left to see how we can basically, within the guidelines, spend that money by the end of the year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Excuse me, any other questions, Buddy, on this subject? Seeing none, Buddy, next item?
Well, there was one other thing
Oh, I'm
that the
sorry.
board brought to our attention that we wanted to work on, and
Okay.
we have. And that is that, when we give you let me get back to it, the statement of current revenues and expenses, we're giving you that as a board, as the entire system. Your request at the December board meeting was, can we begin to actually look at that per college? And what we've done is we've created a document and a report that each of our colleges can also run this locally on their own. We've provided you to show what we've done. We've created a training document, which is in your packet, that all the colleges can also run their current fund revenues and expenditures at any time they want it. And we've given you examples of those documents as of 12/31/2022. So that was a request from you guys at the December board meeting. Wanted to make sure that you were aware that we have answered that, developed a process, and distributed this to our colleges that they can run this also on their own. Yes, sir.
Is the system office able to run the same reports for their office?
Yes, we can.
Would that be included in our board materials?
Okay, yes, sir.
But in the event where it does show negative balances in some of these, like our realized to date balances, and I know this was December and we're now in March, but what happens when there is a negative in the excess of expenditures, revenues in excess of expenditures? How does that get covered?
So each of our college business officers will be reviewing this, and they currently do this now. And they monitor their expenses. So if at a certain point in time, let's just say December, we've noticed that, okay, our expenditures are in a negative amount, then that's our college business officers with the help of the system office. That's where we go back and say, okay, we need to evaluate. Where can we, we've already spent more than we thought we were, we're in the negative. Let's look at our current budget and can we reduce expenses? Can we, first we'll look at, current expenses like supplies and travel, professional development, utilities. So we look at all of those items first to see if we can, correct ourselves so that at the end of the year we have a positive balance. So these reports do help the colleges look on a monthly, quarterly, weekly basis if they want to say, hey, we're running in the red. What do we do to fix it? Let's relook at our current expenses, travel, professional development, like say, current utilities. How can we start saving costs so that at the end of the year, we're not in the red? So that's what all these reports are geared to help the colleges do.
So I guess what I'm thinking is, and again, I don't math, everybody knows. But if this happened at my house, my husband would say, hey, put your ATM card away and don't write any checks this week, right?
I mean, that's basically what the colleges would end up doing.
So how do they float when they're in the negative already? How do they float to the next month or the next quarter or at the end of the fiscal year? Is there a reserve back there that's hedging these bets, or are they literally just going, okay, we're in the negative, nobody spend anything until this comes back up?
We have board reserves that is required that could,
So they could move those over? if
with
they
the
need.
president's permission, they can dip into that. They also have their carry forward balance as well
Oh, gotcha.
that they could help, again, shore up. And then, eventually, make corrections by analyzing their budgets and trying to find efficiencies to move forward.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Buddy?
Let me just be clear, so that there's only one college at this point, though, that isn't operating in the negative, is that correct?
I'm
I
gonna
kind of just flipped through really quickly, but I didn't know if you knew that off the top of your head.
I do not, sorry, I will keep looking, but yes.
And my question would be, is part of that mitigated by perhaps people that retire mid-year or leave? Is that maybe something that helps the colleges as well?
Yes, so bottom line is when you're reevaluating your budget, your human resource personnel is always the last to look at. You want to try to find efficiencies in other areas of the college. Your last resort goes into your personnel cost. But yes, actually if an individual retires and then if you have salary savings, that can help mitigate a loss going forward.
Any other questions? Seeing none? All right. Go ahead, buddy. Next item.
What is the next item now?
I think it's the tuition.
You want to do
The
tuition?
budget scenario, I'm sorry.
All right. So, budget development scenarios. We're in the midst of working with all of our college business officers in developing our budget for FY24. Officially, we open up the budget module for the data to be entered on April the 1st. So basically, everybody knows that we get state revenue. We're in the second year of the biennium. That money that has been allocated us from the state has not changed. That's in the first part of this documentation. It tells you the general fund appropriation that we received, and then also the line item, what we call mandated programs that the budget bill had in there. In addition, we wanted to bring up that, we are supplemented again for our annuity for KERS. Every year that actually goes down. This year it went down to $765,000. The other item that I want to bring to your attention is this is an in and out, but this is the second year that we're given our debt service, which is now going to be $21 million. The state will give that to us. The next day we turn around and give that right back to them. So it's a negative impact on us, but we have to report it. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that that's part of the budget bill. Again, we will receive performance funding this year of $21 million that will be distributed out to the colleges based on their performance funding. We are working on finalizing a draft of what that will look like that we can present to the PLT and our business officers in this coming week. With that, I'm kind of going a little bit backwards because we're going to talk about tuition, but I'll go ahead and talk about the tuition now. As everybody knows, the Council on Post-Secondary Education determines, they're the ones that basically give us a rate of tuition that we can possibly increase over a 2-year period. The Council of Post-Secondary Education has basically given KCTCS opportunity for a $7 tuition increase over the next 2 years and no more than $4 in one given year. We've agreed with CPE. We wanted a little bit more. We wanted a couple of dollars more, but CPE is looking at giving us $7 with a $4 increase in 1 year and $3 in another year. Or we could, split it up, but we couldn't do more than $4 in a fiscal year. With that is that, unfortunately, CPE will not officially approve the tuition rates for all higher education until June the 9th. So we're always lagging behind in a biennium when the tuition rates are going. So with KCTCS, in our budget preparations, we're preparing and proposing a $4 per credit hour tuition increase to our students. Basically, our current in-state tuition rate is $182 per credit hour. If the board approves and we move forward with a $4 tuition increase for FY24, that'll bring us up to basically $186 per credit hour, in addition to our KCTCS mandatory fee of $8 per credit hour, which, in other words, is our Build Smart fee that we'll have to continue for a while longer. So with that, I've got more to explain when we get to the tuition part, but that's the tuition piece. The other item I want to bring to your attention is that I had one more. Operational Success Action Team is a mouthful. We call it the OSAT team. They are currently looking at our out-of-state tuition rates. So we are looking at possibly doing our out-of-state tuition rate and reducing that. Where'd it go? So what we've did is we've gathered all the out-of-state tuition rates from the 7 states that surround Kentucky. We're analyzing those rates and trying to make a decision on what we can hopefully lower that rate for our out-of-state students moving forward. We will have more information on that later. The OSAT team is presenting a proposal to our PLT on Monday, and then from there we can provide that information on what that recommendation is moving forward. But we also wanted to bring to your attention that we are looking at our out-of-state rates to actually lower those to be more competitive from the 7 states that surround Kentucky.
What are our state rates right now?
So our out-of-state tuition rate is $627 per credit hour. Basically, we've always done 350% of our in-state rate is our normal practice for determining our out-of-state tuition rate.
And
So,
that would go up $4 if there was an increase to $4.
Pardon?
That would go up $4 if there was an increase to $4.
Yes, sir. In our current practice, we would take that, if the board approves a $4 tuition increase per credit hour, we would take that, multiply it by 350%, and that would be our out-of-state tuition rate.
How are the out-of-state numbers as far as students was? Is there quite a few, or is it lower number?
It's a lower number, but the other thing that I want to bring to your attention is that the board approved that even though you're an out-of-state student, if you're taking a fully online class, you're actually charged the in-state rate. So the majority of our out-of-state students, because we're doing mostly online, or a lot of online anymore, that our out-of-state students are actually being assessed the in-state rate for those classes. So the actual tuition revenue that we're generating at the higher rate is kind of low. But we feel that, and working with the College business officers and the college presidents, we feel if we can lower that, we can attract more students into our state from our neighboring states. And that will increase revenue. The other item that I want to bring to your attention, just to give you an update, is the Operational Success Action Team is also looking at a possible recommendation to basically assess students a course, consumable, or lab charge to help supplement our high-cost programs, for instance, welding and nursing, to instruct our students in that. There's a lot of high-cost supply materials that are involved in that. So the OSAT team is actually looking at a possible recommendation to bring to the board to have a course, consumable, lab charge. We don't have a true description yet, but we hope that this will basically offset some of the expenditures of purchasing these high-cost items for our welding programs, our nursing programs, because those supplies that we have to use to help instruct our students are kind of costly. We're not looking to make anything, we're just looking to cover our cost. So the OSAT team is making a recommendation on that to the PLT again, and we'll bring it to the business officers. And then if anything comes out of it, we'll be bringing it to the board. So again, we're trying to give you all the information and not kind of blindside you at the June board meeting, but these are some of the things that we're looking at moving forward. Yes, sir.
So if you do those funds, can they be restricted to only cover costs?
Yes, sir, that would be the ultimate goal, is just like the Build Smart, it's dedicated to that only. The other item in our budget planning is basically fixed costs, employee benefits, insurance, and utilities. We always do a conservative estimate that, especially on our utilities, there's going to be a 3% cost increase. We work with our colleges, all of these, the capital projects that you saw from Henderson, that's an effort to reduce utility costs. But we always build in a cushion of projecting about a 3% increase in our utility cost. And also, you never know what your insurance rates are going to be, so we have to build in that part as well. So that's just a brief information on our fixed costs and expenses. Now we get into employee compensation. So in your documentation, we provided you all the way back until 29 on what we've provided our employees as far as compensation. For the current year, we're looking basically at a 1 to 3% increase for our base salary for all of our employees moving forward. In this process, we estimated out what our estimated additional tuition revenue will be. And I'm kind of going backwards, but when you look at the information, if we actually do a $4 tuition increase, we're expected to receive an additional $4,200,000 in that aspect. If we if you see in your packet, we've broken it down. If we give a 1% increase, a 2% increase, or a 3% increase, we've broken that down of what that cost will be. For us, we're thinking that basically, if we want to cover the cost of our estimated increase in tuition, if we do move to $4 per credit hour, that we would recommend a 2% increase moving forward for FY23, and we would kind of break even a little bit there. It actually would cost us a little bit more to do a 2%, but we think some of the colleges will be able to handle that moving forward. So The other benefit that we have is that we did get approval from the feds to reduce our fringe benefit rate from 43.5 down to 43. So with that move, we will be able to save a little bit over $1 million by having that reduced rate. So that will give $1 million back to the colleges moving forward in FY24. The other item is that the asset preservation for capital funds, again, that budget bill was approved. This is the second year of that process. And in the second year, we wanted to bring to your attention that the legislature in the budget bill approved 3 new capital projects, and we've added those in there. It's $777,700,000, and that is to construct the new classroom building at our Newtown campus. We had Lisa gave a good presentation on that project. That was funded $52 million in bond funds, and then Bluegrass will put in $5.8 million. Elizabethtown, we have 2 projects there to renovate the occupational and technical building phase 1. That's a $16.5 million project that the state funded us. And then another Elizabethtown to expand the Litchfield campus of $9 million. So those are already in the budget bill. They were set to begin in FY24, but we wanted to bring that back to your attention that these are the capital projects that were funded for KCTCS to move forward starting in FY24. That's what I have in developing our budget for the upcoming year.
Betty, would it be possible, I know it's on the 1%, 2%, 3%, raise the colleges in there? Would you put in the new calculation coming forward to the board, would you put the systems office in there also? Because I think you get all the colleges in there, but you do not have the systems office. So if you would provide that information for us prior to actual voting on that. So
It's there, but it doesn't have the yellow and pink.
yeah.
Oh, okay, the breakdown of who, well, again, so what you saw in the pink is all the money and the revenue that's generated by the college stays there, so we don't generate, but we can get you that breakdown. But if you look on before that, where we actually have just the one spreadsheet where we did the different scenarios, we do have the system office cost in there, and we also have the fire commission. So based on our conversation yesterday, whatever we spend at the system office will be the actual that we would charge the colleges in the chargebacks.
That would be pink.
That would be pink, yes, sir.
Do we anticipate any recommendations from Huron about the tuition that might change that?
Not to my knowledge, no ma'am. Yeah, I don't know.
So I would say no on that. They are looking at academic programs, but that has more to do with what the demographics are and whether those academic programs are supported, whether we're giving them enough resources. The tuition is not, since it is more regulatory than anything.
Any other questions? All right, Betty.
The last item that I have that I've skipped over was the tuition. I've given you a little bit of information on that. As you can see, when Brendan and I were working with this as a team, we looked at an estimate to try to forecast what we think our enrollment will be next year. As you see overall, KCTCS, we have had an enrollment increase, but it hasn't been at every single college. So in the documentation that you have, in the backup documentation that we provided you, we've looked at basically as an overall system, we would have a flat enrollment. We know some colleges are going to increase, some colleges are going to stay flat, and some colleges possibly will have a decrease still. So in our calculations that we provided, if we're looking at a $4 per credit hour tuition revenue, we're looking at basically an additional 4,261,000. That's a conservative number using flat enrollment increase. We know that some colleges will have a bigger increase and some colleges have a decrease, but as a system, looking at it, we were kind of conservative and we said we're going to have flat enrollment. So just based on that and our prior history, we basically estimated with a $4 per credit hour increase, our additional revenue that we would generate in FY24 is approximately $4,261,000. If you look at our estimate, our projection of what a salary increase would be from the budget scenarios, if you look, if we did a 3% increase, that would cost the entire system around $8 million. If we did a 2% increase, about a $5 million, and a 1% increase, $2 million. But then also take back that we're getting a discount on the fringe benefit rate, so take $1 million off of that. So as a system and a finance team, we're kind of looking at, here's what we project in tuition revenue, additional revenue, here's what we think we can afford with a pay increase going forward. And that's just our recommendation and how we're going to start building our budget moving forward, unless we hear otherwise from this board.
Wendy?
In light of what we learned yesterday, do we really need to ask for a tuition increase in the next year from our students, given that this is going to be a $4 million hit to the entire system to give that 2% pay increase? Do we think that, given all the data that is being collected by Huron and now by CPE before the end of the year, do we think we can make it till next June without raising tuition on our students again? Because I think we can.
We can analyze that and get back with you. I'm going to say it'll be hard. It'll be hard for all of our colleges. But can we do it? Yes, we can. We can make it work.
Maybe you could come back and do the scenarios as Wendy says, with the $4 to $3 and then 0. That's what I'm saying. So we would have an idea of that, and I would think that you will have much better information come June, right, about where we are and with a lot of things, right?
Yeah, we'll have a better idea by May, 1st of May.
I really want faculty and staff to be able to get raises this year, for sure. But again, I just think with maybe moving some money around and perhaps back to the colleges in the next few months, that maybe they can get by a little better than some of these scenarios are projecting.
Okay. We can take that advice and move forward.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Alicia?
Go to the website. I can just go through this. So we do have the public Tableau website where you all can go out there and actually look at your key performance indicators. But I'm just going to scroll through what we shared.
I can fill that for you.
Cool.
Can you enter it?
If you go to the fact book, so this is how you get there. If you click on the fact, if you go to the system office website and click on the fact book button, and then if you scroll down in the fact book and go down to the middle bottom into the index, and what you'll see there on the right, the second one down, is on the right, is the KCTCS strategic plan website. So as I mentioned to you guys last time that I presented this is the first time that we've really put out this data on a public-facing website where everybody can see how we're doing on our metrics. So instead of presenting you guys with PowerPoints that maybe only go to the board, we really want to focus on giving you these updates by showing you where this data is and how you can dig into the information. So we shared most of this data the last time, but what we didn't have at that point were what our targets are going to be for these next 4 years. So that is what we have now added to this website. So the website has a few tabs, so you can navigate either at the top of them, looking at home, targets, or each of the performance metrics tied to each of our goals. Or we can select down here and click on any of these metrics and look at them individually. So I'm going to go in and show you what this looks like now that we have a target on some of these. So I'm going to select the academic year enrollment and click here to navigate to the enrollment metric. So when I do that, what I will now see at the top of this metric is I will see the academic year enrollment by college. Where are we in our latest year of data, 21-2022. This is our latest year of data until we take our spring snapshot, which will take place on March 30th next week. And then we will add the 22-23 data to this. But in addition to just seeing that historical data, now what you'll see on here are what are those targets over the next 4 years. So where do we want to end up at a system after 4 years? So on the academic year enrollment metric, you'll see that we are trying to get back to a little bit above 100,000 by the end of this 4-year period. So that is recovering from the COVID timeframe. So you'll also see where were we? So we were about 106, 107,000 individual students before COVID. We took a big hit, dropped down to about 92,000. So what we're really looking is kind of slowly building back to where we were before the COVID timeframe here. So in addition to seeing these targets for the system level, you can also click on any of the colleges and get that data for the college. So again, see the time trend over here for the college, as well as what those targets are out going over the next 4 years. So any questions about how this looks?
Does this slide actually kind of intersect and explain what students make up that number? For example, are we hiring dual credit so that the revenue is less? Are we able to dig that deep on this page?
So we do have a help tab here that describes exactly what is included in each of these metrics. So for the academic year enrollment, this is unduplicated total enrollment headcount, which does include the dual credit enrollment. Yes. Any other questions about that? So I'll quickly go through what each of the metrics are again. So we do have, if I go back to the targets tab, so one of the things that we don't see on the targets tab right now is we see for each of this, so this targets tab has our overview for every metric for every college, so you can see in a single glance where we are in everything. But what you don't see right now, and what we saw last time on here, is you can see where we are right now in the blue bar, what the baseline was, so those multi-year averages is our baseline, but what you don't see on here right now are the targets. Because we don't have targets for 21-22, we have targets for a strategic plan starting in 2022-26, so we have targets starting in that 22-23 timeframe. So what you'll see when I present at the September board meeting is you'll start to see some green and reds on this tab that show our colleges above or below what their target is for the year. So we don't have that quite yet, but what we do have on each of these metrics, so go through quickly on the employee retention piece. So here you'll see that with COVID, we took a big hit in employee retention. So this is something that happened, across the nation and a lot of industries. So not unexpected. But where are we trying to get back to on employee retention? So you can see that we're really trying to get back to where we were pre-COVID. And a straight line kind of accumulation back up to where we were pre-COVID. So we're trying to get about 88.5% on employee retention. And again, you can break this out by each of the colleges. Alternative revenue is the only metric where we don't have a target. So this is a monitoring metric only because those alternative revenue pieces can change so significantly from year to year. For example, in 2021, you see a really high year for KCTCS because West Kentucky did get that $15 million grant. So it's really hard to set targets when those grants and alternative revenue components can come in so differently from year to year. So the targeted industry sector credentials, this is one that we have a really good story to tell for KCTCS. So the vast majority of our credentials are awarded in the state's targeted industry sectors and in the jobs that are considered essential skills jobs for the state of Kentucky. But we do want to continue to grow that. So you can see in our latest year, we were at 30,348, and the goal is to grow by 25-26 back to 32,672. So what you don't see on here yet are those 2022-23 data. We are projecting a little decrease in this because we lost some students during COVID. We're going to have a hit on the credentials awarded for a little bit as we continue to see those enrollment trends go back up, and we are hoping to hit additional credentials targets by the end of the plan. So the next one is our post-KCTCS outcomes measure. So here what we're really looking at is what happens to students after they leave KCTCS. So of our graduates, what percentage transfer to a four-year institution or go on to earn a wage that is at least at the, above the poverty level. So here what you see is that this is averaged around that 72-73% pre-COVID. Took a big decrease of almost 2 percentage points as a result of COVID, and we're hoping to get to really grow that one and get up to 75% by the end of the strategic plan. Oh, and I should say, so not only do we have the targets here, but we wanted, so in our past strategic plans, we had separate measures for underrepresented minority students, low-income students, and the like. So what we really wanted to do is be able to look at a lot of subpopulations and be able to make that data very transparent where there are gaps. So for each of these measures, you are able to see a heat map or line charts at the bottom where you're really able to break out the data by a number of different factors. So age, the credential level of the student, gender, their low income status, what programs they're in, their race, ethnicity, targeted industry sector in this case, and not only race, but an aggregation of race, ethnicity into that underrepresented category or not. So we can also, we can do that breakout selection. So if I were to look at gender, for example, about what is that success gap, and I can look at it by college level, then you can really start to see some trends in the data here on female, male, and versus unknown. You see that that female students do actually slightly outperform male students, but not a very big gap at all. So if I wanted to look at this at the URM level, then I can quickly select that URM, and we can see there that we do have a gap. So the not URM students are outperforming the URM students on the post-KCTCS outcomes piece. So this is one where we should devote more resources. So in addition, we are combining transfer and income here, but if you wanted to look at one or the other, then you are able to look at that. So if we just wanted to look at transfer success rates, for example, we can easily do that. And here we see that the URM students are more likely to transfer than the non-URM students, versus if we're looking at the income above threshold alone, that's where we see our URM students not succeeding as well. So those are some of the ways that we are making the data more visible and to you guys, and that you can go in and play around with this and see where those gaps are. So the last metric is our 2-year persistence rate. So again, here we've been consistent about 60 to 61, 62 percentage points, 62% over the life of the past few years. And what we're really asking is to increase this up to almost 64% by the end of the strategic planning cycle. So these are available on the dashboard, but they are also available in your packet with a table for each of our metrics, so you can see that historical data by college as well as those targets out in one table for each of the metrics.
Alicia, I have a question on the employment.
Yes.
And it may be on here, I'm just not able to find it, but as we're looking to increase the employee number, okay, are we differentiating whether that is part-time versus full-time? Because obviously that has budgetary implications for whether people receive benefits. And if the student number doesn't go up, then how will the employee number go up and be able to subsidize that?
So we are really looking at regular faculty and staff, and so here we're looking at the full-time. There are very few part-time. Yes. Any other questions about these?
Quick question.
Yes.
So it looks like a lot of this data is public facing.
Yes.
Right? So
are there other states that have their systems information public facing, so we can sort of use that as an analysis tool or comparative tool to see best practice?
There are a few, but it is rare. So there are a few, and our measures are a little bit different. So we can get some, so in our last strategic plan, we were really focused on how do we compare to other institutions. So we would use IPEDS data. So all institutions are required to report to IPEDS. So we were using things like retention and graduation rates. So we have kept this for some of the metrics, and we are looking at those comparison pieces. So for example, the persistence comes from our voluntary framework of accountability data in which other community technical colleges participate. So we can look at this compared to how other community technical colleges are doing. The same with the academic year enrollment, that is based on IPEDS data, and so we are able to compare. But there are some metrics in here, like the targeted industry sector credentials, where other states may not have defined targeted industry sector credentials in the same way that we have, so there's not as much of a comparison on that.
Thank you.
What are our efforts to increase enrollment? I mean, I know we have stuff going on, especially advertising and promotions, but are we really getting into the high schools, into the general public, and
Dr.
selling our
Williams?
service?
I'm going to turn this over.
It actually possibly would be better to talk with the college presidents because each college does have very specific outreach. But we have a number of things. The college presidents, for example, this year approved shared services that the system office has been providing a couple of years that take all of the leads from our website leads. So somebody who goes on and fills out a form that says, yes, I'm interested in this college and wanting this information. Those are increasing dramatically each year, so we have a team that quickly follows up on those so we don't lose them. All of the colleges have teams that are in the high schools, and the high schools are also, the high school dual credit counselors also make a lot of, contacts with their students as they're talking them through dual credit. We have folks at all of our social services organizations. So we partner with Goodwill and Family Services Center, for example, to get some of those harder to reach adult attainment populations. And you'll see in one of the Chancellor's Office highlights this year, one of the areas that we do feel like we're lacking a little bit is that some of the high school counselors and teachers really focus more on the four-year institutions and not as much on the two-year institutions. So this year we're really celebrating those teachers and counselors that do support our KCTCS colleges through a Pathfinder Award. And so our KCTCS students, faculty, and staff have nominated folks this year, and we have over 200 nominations. This month the colleges are picking their winners, and they'll be honored in kind of a publisher clearinghouse kind of thing at the college, saying how much we appreciate that they have really supported that transition to KCTCS. And then that statewide person will be recognized at a statewide virtual press release. So we do have a lot of different ways that we're trying to reach that high school population. And you all are part of that. You all are ambassadors in your community, just like our faculty and staff are. And so each time you wear a KCTCS t-shirt or pin and somebody comes up to you in Kroger and you tell them how great we are, all of us are making those kinds of differences.
What about second chance employment? Are we helping our efforts with that as well?
We are, particularly in East Kentucky, as they, I think they're stronger, but we're partnering with the Kentucky Chamber on their second chance employer outreach. We're working to respond to a request for information from the state correctional facilities to pull back the 14 state correctional institutions into the work that we're doing. We used to be a big part of the jails and the correctional facilities, which are two different systems. Pell is going to become available to those in state correctional facilities as of July 1. So our colleges are working to be prepared to be in the 14 state correctional facilities, and so that's a pre-recidivism strategy. We will partner with a lot of recovery centers. I think you heard earlier talking about Hope House even, where Bluegrass already has folks in Hope House working with the GEDs and getting those folks on short-term certificates. Sky, Southeast Kentucky has a really strong program that I think a lot of the other colleges are emulating. And we're looking at even some workforce certificates and kind of recovery, peer recovery coaches that will be working from the different colleges. So it depends on the community and their social services partners, but we have a lot of options going on out there.
Good, thank you.
Vice Chair Martin, I'd like to share with the board something we often hear from CPE. One of the challenges we have with enrollment is that there is a general malaise across the country as far as students coming out of the high schools and going into higher education, be that with us or the universities. The percentage I've heard most recently is 48%, so that means 48% of the kids coming out of the high schools are doing something, and the rest are not. So this is something that you will hear Dr. Thompson speak about a lot, which means we don't know what they're doing. So in any event, that is a real challenge. This is not just in Kentucky, it is nationwide, but we're struggling reaching those folks and communicating to them that there are opportunities, particularly to go to a KCTCS institution, and in most instances, with the Work Ready Scholarship and other supports, they could go at no cost at all. But convincing them is a societal problem that we're struggling with. A lot of it has to do, I think, with negative media. A lot of people think they're going to come out with thousands and thousands of dollars of debt, and that is not necessarily true, of course, at KCTCS versus going to one of the universities. But there's something to throw out there, because that, when we think about, and I'll tell you with my team, we look at a daily report, daily, of student credit hour production. It fluctuates each day with drops and ads and all those things, and trying to get our arms around this, but that is the challenge. And the other challenge with enrollment, a little different than it was 10 years ago, is communicating with the students. I literally have students who will never log into their email. You're shaking your head every time. I mean, it is really strange now. They're so bombarded with media, contacting them, contacting their families, trying to share the appropriate information to help enrollment is just a very difficult and different challenge than it was just a few years ago. But that is something that really worries me, because if you look at the communities, you'll see our population is shrinking. So you have a diminishing number of students coming out of the high schools, and yet less of them who are pursuing higher education. So that's just a challenge.
I really think that we need to get in high schools and before they decide not to do anything, and give them the opportunity to know that you get a 2-year degree or a certificate or whatever, and have fully employed. There's a lot of employers that are providing scholarships and signing them on board before they even get out of high school. And those are a lot of opportunities that I think that we need to sell. The other perception is just because we're more economically feasible, that we don't give as good a quality, and we really got to combat that perception that we do give good quality education and training, even though we are the more economical, feasible option out there in the state.
Yes, sir. And really, recruiting starts in the middle school. It does not start with their senior year. I mean, so you'll see all of the campuses have different things going on. We run 2 different conferences for those age students every year, for males and females, trying to let them know they have options that they may have never even considered, and trying to change that perception. But you're right, it's about recruiting.
Regent Martin, I would also add, if I may, very quickly, for example, at Big Sandy, we do what's called Future Fridays, which is we basically take our programs into the middle school and actually demonstrate with students and take some really interesting equipment and let them get their hands on it, and there seems to be a lot of interest in that from students. The other thing we do is we take any available opportunity to work with regional partners for things like SOAR initiatives, where there's a mass of students that kind of come to us, as well as things like Health Career Days, where maybe our hospital would sponsor that. And they actually have access to hundreds of students and their contact information. So they kind of bring them, and that is really an available audience. So I think to really look for those opportunities and take advantage of that opportunity where everybody's together, and you can very easily take in what you have to offer. So I think there are lots of things, I'm sure our presidents could share things in their own communities that are going on very similar to that. So I think we are doing our due diligence there.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I just want to elaborate a little bit further on what Chancellor Williams was referring to as far as reentry programs go, and really kind of highlight my home community and Somerset Community College, and how KCTCS has been so engaged and involved in making a difference in the lives of our fellow Kentuckians. We were the first economic development authority in Kentucky to enter into our local county detention centers, and our best partner in that was Somerset Community College. And we have had 5 graduating classes so far of inmates that are currently incarcerated, graduating with welding certificates, industrial maintenance certificates, as well as we have brought in partners from the private sector that are employing these inmates while they are currently incarcerated. So not only are they able to learn skills, earn certificates, they're earning wages, and they will have that money in the bank when they are released. And Somerset Community College, in addition to that, is right there beside us going into the jails on a regular basis. And we go in person, we talk to those inmates that are 30 to 60 days from release. And if those inmates have any type of housing issues, transportation issues, job issues, addiction issues, whatever the case may be, we have all of our team there at the table. So we're taking those excuses away. But I just wanted to commend my home community and Somerset Community College in particular for the great work they're doing there.
Thank you, Chris. Richard?
I would like to say that I'm, of course, 36 years old. It wasn't until I was 34 that I decided to go back to school. A lot of that was the reason because of South Central had put either signs up or put social media posts up throughout the community. So I think it's really important. I understand that I agree that we have to get involved in middle school and stuff like that, but also getting involved in that community maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure the demographics and how the other schools, South Central, they kind of get involved in the community, and that's a big plus. I understand that, especially at a community college, not everyone is straight out of high school. A lot of us have been out for years, or either take a break before they decided to go to college. And I believe that getting involved in the community or social media, wherever it may be, would help tremendously.
I will warn you, if you're in Ashland, we do have a relationship with the Federal Correctional Institution there, so there are prisoners driving semis right now with our logo on the side, but they're about to get released, so don't be fearful of that. Because I've had people call me, it's like, why is there a guarded guy with a gun and a bunch of people in a semi? Well, it's because we're giving them skills so once they get out. That's a good point, sir, about that, because our students, at least I can speak just for my college, you know, it used to be, I would quote, you know, the average student was 27 years old, female with a child and working a full-time job. But that's changed. It's, you know, in the last 10 years, we're getting more to the more traditional age, and I think that's just indicative of what's going on in the workforce and the economy. There are a lot of jobs. So a lot of things used to drive the older population to us was they're bringing the jobs. Right now, it's, you know, I've got a local employer in Ashland paying $15 an hour for dishwashers with benefits, and you can't hire people. So that's just a difficult situation. That's really the point about the
Mr. Cox.
I'm not 36 years old. No. I was saying as I was listening to this, there's an old saying about what I'm about to say is abundantly obvious to the most casual of observers. So in other words, it's dumb. But everything we're talking about goes back to this word for me, value. And when we talk about recruitment and when we talk about student attainment and achievement, and when we talk about outcomes that we try to put out there, the value of what you're walking out with over the time that you spend here never has been a better proposition than right now. At least that's my view of this. How far off am I on that from your own? I mean, you all said, I mean, I don't know that there's ever been a time when we should sell anything more than the value of what this is, which I kind of think is what everybody's saying, but it just jumps out as I listen to things like this and others. What resonates with me if I'm a parent, what resonates with me if I'm a returning student, a student later in life going to school is, what am I going to get out of this for what I put into it? And I'm not talking about my effort or my willingness and rigor. I'm talking about the expenditure. I don't think there's ever been a better value proposition than there is right now. We ought to just eat it up. I told you it was dumb.
Any other comments?
Yeah, my comment's going to come from my healthcare background in that as you read, there are more and more younger students and even those middle-aged students who are experiencing tremendous growth and anxiety right now.
And this whole school process can invoke a lot of anxiety, especially for parents who maybe never went to school. In my area, one of the things we celebrate at our local university every year is the number of students who are the first in their family to graduate from college. And I know that is, it's a long-standing tradition in Moorhead, but I know it is in many colleges, and I think in our community colleges it certainly is the case. What I would just comment about is, if we can advertise that we can take the anxiety of getting into school away from you or down for you, I think that's a really big selling point right now. The easier we can make it, the better. And I think that for high school students, and I know we have a lot of dual credit, but we don't seem to retain those as well as I think we should. One of the things that I'll tell you that I hear from high school kids daily is that they hate school right now. They don't want to be in school, and the thoughts of staying in school any longer is very anxiety provoking for them. So I think that when we get out into the schools, as Patsy said, the Future Friday events and things like that, showing them, and what I tell them every day is there is a better life after high school. Like, you're in survival mode right now, but I promise you there are brighter days ahead and better things to come. And I think the more we can expose them to those opportunities and let them see there's life after high school and it can be better, and here's all of these, worlds of opportunity for you, I think that's going to be tremendous. The comment about value that Russell made is not lost on me either. I had a great conversation this morning at breakfast with Dr. Feeney about his son who became a pharmacy technician. And, those folks make great money, have great benefits. They are sought after like none other. I see Russell shaking his head. I mean, I have a local chain pharmacy in my area that has to close 2 or 3 hours a day some days because they cannot find pharmacy techs. And those folks start out at $18 to $25 an hour at entry and just go up from there. And so, I know BCTC has that awesome program here, and I think that those types of jobs are things that what we really should be advertising heavily in. But again, high school kids don't know that these opportunities are out there. And their heads are in their phones. They don't even notice when mom and dad are pulling through the pharmacy window, like who's helping them or how that person got there. They're not thinking like that in this day and age. But the anxiety that comes along with that, the fear that comes along with mom and dad filling out the paperwork, just doing the FAFSAs, all of those things, I hear every single day and how anxiety provoking that is. So if we can overcome that, maybe advertise that we can take that stress away from them, I think that will garner some further support as well.
Hannah?
Thank you. I just don't want to interject, but what Larry gave a very short update yesterday about legislative priorities and where we stood after the session. We did not mention that we made a very strong push for FAFSA completion in the General Assembly this session. Unfortunately, we came up short. But what we do know is that only 52% of Kentucky's high school seniors complete the FAFSA. And unfortunately, we also know that high school counselors have one of the hardest jobs there is to meet the needs of their students, and sometimes they just don't have time to help students fill out those forms. And we know that our colleges are doing amazing things to try to get students in the door by doing FAFSA workshops, having parents' nights with FAFSA, filling out their forms. But what I hope is that next session we can get that bill across the finish line. Kentucky alone leaves $55 million of federal money on the table every year for students that could be used to go to college. So we know that the majority of our students do get Pell Grants, and college can be free for them if not extremely affordable. So I think that hopefully next year we will look to our board to help us with advocacy efforts on getting that bill across the line.
Brianna?
Maybe a stupid question. So the 48% that's not filling out the FAFSA, and I know we do our college workshops, we go into the high schools. Is there anything that's stopping us as the recruiters at our local colleges from going into the high schools and saying, hey, me and you, let's fill it out right now? Is there any kind of...
No, there's not. There's individual relationships. I have 9 different school districts I deal with just internationally. It's the importance again of those relationships with the schools. They're eager for us to go in. Matter of fact, we volunteered as far as trying pushing this legislation. Hey, our 16 colleges can help the high schools get folks in, help them fill out the FAFSA. There is a new version of the FAFSA coming from federally that hopefully is going to be a little bit simpler to take away what Regent collected some of the anxiety. But I'm really hoping the next session that we can get that through. You're right, there's nothing to stop us. It's just a matter of those relationships and the schools letting us in there. And our poor, I'll tell you, the high school counselors, they spend the majority of their time dealing now with discipline issues, other issues, home issues, and addiction. And the time to do some of this is just not there. The average, I was last told, was they have about 200 to 300 students for each counselor. So that makes it really difficult for them to do it. But yeah, I think that we play a big role, whether they even come to us or not, in getting to those high school students and helping them figure that out.
Any other comments? Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's one more agenda item before we take a break. So, Hannah, will you have the next item?
I'll make this very short. The dates are before you and in your book about our calendar for 2024. We'll approve these in June. If you have any issues with the dates, please let Chair Stevens know.
Thank you. And Chris Howell, I think, has, there's some information on board. I'll give Chris 1 minute to make any comments he wants to make. Chris? 2 minutes, maybe. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Just a couple of very quick updates from Technology Solutions. Want to touch on a couple of projects that we've accomplished over the last several months. The first one is student multi-factor authentication. That one really helped onboard our students to start using MFA with their KCTCS accounts. The other project I want to touch on is Kentucky Wired. And Kentucky Wired is a project that is installing fiber optic connectivity across the state. And we have, so far we have several colleges that have transitioned over to Kentucky Wired. We have Somerset, Southeast, Hazard, Ashland, Maysville, Gateway, Bluegrass, Elizabethtown, and Big Sandy, and we'll continue working on that project throughout the year as well. We have several other projects, NTS, that we've been working on over the last several months. Applicant tracking project with HR, a procurement process digitization project with our procurement office. We've been working with our library services teams at our colleges on a program called Niche Academy that's going to help our students. And we also have been working with our colleges to help upgrade some of their network infrastructure as well to 10 gig connectivity. At the end of the Technology Solutions Update report in the board materials, there's some metrics there. A couple metrics that I'd like to highlight and bring to your attention are, first, for the learning management system, we have, with our Blackboard learning management system, we've had 100% uptime over the last several months. And then with our Microsoft 365 platform, we've also had 100% uptime on that as well. There's some other metrics in there that really shows the scope of what we do with Technology Solutions across the system, some really key indicators and some numbers in there that, again, highlight just the massive amount of traffic we have on our networks, the number of emails that we send daily, and so I would encourage you to take a look at those as well. And Chair Stevens, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Chris?
I think thank you and your team for the MFA project. I think the scam emails I've been getting have reduced dramatically from, with a ton a week now to maybe 1 or none. So thank you for all that. It's been a help on my end.
Yeah, so the MFA, thank you, Regent Hierding, for those comments. The MFA project, we worked with each college last year to kick off that project. We went college by college, working with them to transition all their students to start using MFA. And as Regent Hierding mentioned, we've seen a tremendous decrease in the number of phishing attempts that we've had from internal accounts. And just as a note, we onboarded all of our employees back in 2021 to start using MFA. So as of now, all of our KCTCS accounts across the system are using multi-factor authentication, which is a big step forward for us when it comes to security. And it also helps with compliance and regulations when we do audits. That's something that auditors often look for and look at is MFA. Do you have MFA in place? Now we do for all of our accounts. We can check that box and move forward. So again, we have an awesome technology team across the system, not just as a system office, but with our colleges as well. They do lots of good things with technology to support our students and faculty and staff every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Graham, so prompt, so forth. Next item, Jesse.
It's Huron?
I thought so. Not Huron update?
I can go, or I can sit back down and enjoy my latte.
I can do Huron update very quickly. Huron update, you had it this past week, Monday, was it, or Tuesday? I'm losing track of time. So the board had a virtual meeting. Huron was present. They updated on their work streams. We had a pretty robust discussion afterward, and I think they are on track to be able to provide, as they call them, opportunities and recommendations in the June timeframe. So are there any questions right now about Huron and how they will proceed?
I have a question. I want to be sure that as the recommendations come forward, that to the best of their ability from the information we provided in, they put a cost on it. That these items, if it's a savings of how much money, or it's going to increase how much money is what I'm saying. And it would only be an estimate so that we would have an opportunity to know some of the recommendation and what the potential or estimated cost is.
And I believe that they can do that, but they will have to do that in close coordination with Interim Vice President Combs and his team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Return on investment.
Return on investment is one of the parameters that we gave them early on, so they should be attributing that to each item.
Correct.
Yes.
Just to make sure as a staff member, when the reports do come out, and at least the board, staff members, and faculty do get a full unedited report. Maybe I know in like executive level reports, but as a staff member, I'd really like to see a unedited full report to review as those things come out, just so I can say I've done my due diligence and everything.
Correct. And here is the thing: is that I know that a lot of people are saying, well, what are they thinking of? What are they doing right now? But they're in the analysis stage right now, and I would caution any employees, staff, faculty, administrations from trying to speculate what they are considering, because there are a lot of U-turns that they take when they get more information. I know that sometimes they are, I'll just take the academic program work stream. They indicated that they were moving in one direction on something, and then the academic work stream provided them more information, and so it kind of took them in a different direction. So until they have all of the data, which they're pretty much closing in on having that, until they have all of the data, it hurts my heart really to think of staff members and faculty members and other employees and students being concerned about the direction that this is going. This is intended to be a positive for KCTCS, and I think in the long run it will be. Change is always hard, but we will get there and we will be stronger for it.
I guess one of the biggest concerns, we constantly say in these board meetings, the tough decisions, or change is going to be hard. Well, there's staff out there and there's faculty out there. What is change is going to be hard? Mm-hmm. What are the decisions we're looking at making? We're talking about them in the board very vaguely, but that fear comes up.
Right, and I appreciate that, Regent Herding. I am carrying that with me every day when I talk to them. I do talk to them almost daily, to be perfectly honest. And I think because they do this for a living as well, and they all come from a higher education perspective, so they've all been in higher education, they know the value of certain areas, the stress that people are under, and I think that they are doing this in a compassionate way. So I will take those considerations back to them as well. Change doesn't necessarily mean a negative thing is going to happen. Change can mean positives, and it may be hard because, you know, sometimes I'm not trying to belittle this, but I'll go to the store and I think those were my favorite running shoes, and I want those running shoes back, and they've discontinued them. And so that's a hard change because you think, oh, I loved that. So we love KCTCS the way it is, but there are potentially better ways for us to be doing things. And I would like us to think of it as that and not a slash and burn kind of situation.
Any other questions? Richard?
From a student perspective, has there been anything that Huron has found that's more worrisome? I understand that change is good and it is difficult at times, but is there even anything that's been found that is kind of worrisome or that we may not be able to recover from?
I am not aware of anything. They have not made me aware of it. They have had discussions with students. So they are trying to look at us from all angles and all facets, but they have not made us aware of anything.
I know in the panel that we did with the students, it was a virtual meeting, there was nothing said from any of the students or from Huron itself, but I was just trying to clarify.
Yes, and that's a good question because, you know, the world has changed. KCTCS is in the world and we need to change with it. And change, again, back to Regent Harding, is scary, but it is not impossible and it's not always negative.
Any other questions?
Do we know how much feedback they've been getting on that Huron email address? I know they're not sharing the content particularly, but.
Right. They have said that it has been pretty robust, and even this week, I've been asked by certain people if they can still do that. They can also send directly to Veronica. I will promise you that statements are not attributed, even to me as having taken over this project. They do not attribute comments to individuals, even if it doesn't come through the anonymous mailbox. So I feel very confident in saying to people to feel open and to be honest with them. So it has been robust.
Any other questions? Seeing none, hearing none. Jesse?
While Jesse's coming up there, I will say, I guess I've probably worked with Huron more in healthcare than I care to remember. The thing you always have to remember here is, they're not the decision makers. We are. Sometimes I found it to be true when we were using them, that they became an entity that, in the minds of our constituents, was the decision maker. And we should never let that, the students and everyone, we're going to make those decisions.
And that is an excellent point, Regent Cox, because that is what they have stressed over and over, that these recommendations are recommendations. And some we may accept, some may be really easy to do right away that would create efficiencies, create a boost in morale. Talking with Dr. Ferguson, he said, you know, just putting a Coke machine or a vending machine on a particular floor was one thing that helped to boost morale at his college. So there will be kind of very easy wins, and then there will be those things that will have to be prioritized, that will have to be monetized. How much will this cost? How much will be the return on investment? But excellent point that from Regent Cox, they are not the decision makers. They are the advisors and the recommenders. I have made it clear to them, this governing body and the leadership are the people who decide.
And Pam, I will say that, qualitative input is so totally important, having worked with several firms like Huron before. But I'm always reminded of this quote by Henry Ford. He said, if we'd given them what they wanted, they would have got faster horses. So I think it's really relevant that you make that comment, that the decisions will be made by the board about what we move forward. But just, you ask for certain things, doesn't mean that necessarily is the best decision.
Do you have a comment? Jesse?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I've got some exciting updates from Workforce and Economic Development to share with you. And I considered getting up and going to the mic during our conversation around strategic enrollment management. Education First Employers, you all will see your little pin at your seat. Put it on, wear it around. This is our initiative that I have talked to you all about the past several board meetings. We have formalized the brand identity for this initiative, which is really to formalize a network of companies who meet specific qualifiers that have been established by a work group representing multiple different staff and faculty positions across the system. The criteria to be considered an Education First employer, and you all mentioned the importance of these companies in our prior discussion before the break, is an investment in tuition, scholarships, for example. We're really looking for full tuition where we can find it. If at all possible, reimbursement is not preferred. We prefer kind of upfront partnerships with our business offices to support students in their pursuits of higher education. Flexible scheduling, and you'll see why that is very important here in just a moment. A commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and a commitment to seeing student workers through to credential completion. So working with the colleges, we asked each of the colleges to think about that criteria and their kind of champions at the highest level for higher education that they're working with currently. And each of the colleges identified roughly 5 companies. So outreach is underway. That's more than 70 companies across the system that we know meet these qualifiers. The other piece that I forgot to mention is those qualifiers themselves can be transactional in nature. We know there's a lot of companies who are contributing to the growth and development of their employees in that way. However, the second piece is that these companies must be actively partnered with the college. And they can do that through a variety of strategies that I've talked to you all about in the past, including supporting organizational success through things like faculty recruitment, collaborative faculty recruitment, through supporting learner success, through activities such as offering mentors, or through employment success. And that could be ensuring that they're committing to interviews, for example, of graduates from our programs. So we have had 25 company commitments to date. I am so excited to tell you all that we have not had we've had some questions, right? We've had some questions and some great feedback in these conversations as to how this could be more beneficial for the colleges, for the companies, and for the students, but we have not had a single employer say no, not a single one. In fact, what we hear most often in these pitches is this is a no-brainer. Yes, sign us up. What's next? When do we get started? So I've had to pull back on the timeline for this. My hope was that we would be doing a press release in April, but we really want to be sure we get the systems right internally, such that when a student raises their hand, a current student or a prospective student, and says, I'm interested in this never before marketed in this capacity opportunity to both earn and learn a paycheck at an employer who is offering a livable wage based on the regional economy, tuition benefits, and flexibility. So I know they're not going to schedule me on a night shift the morning when I've got an exam at 8 a.m. because that is imperative for my success. That opportunity has not been marketed collaboratively with such a network in the past, and this really positions KCTCS to be the premier destination for earn and learn opportunities. And so we want to be sure that when those students stand up, prospective or current, and say, I'm ready for this, I need a paycheck, I can't make it unless I have access to this kind of opportunity, that we've got the staff and faculty in place that can support them to get connected to this company, to make sure that they're job ready if we are making that referral, and to help them navigate. Because within this network, there's going to be, hopefully, employers like Norton who are pathway related, targeting specific students in our healthcare programs, but there may also be employers who are offering entry-level positions. We mentioned dishwashers at $18 an hour. Well, if that restaurant can commit to offering the flexible scheduling, and maybe if it's A company like a network of restaurants, such as Young Brands, maybe they do have the resources to offer tuition benefits. They can certainly become an education-first employer, so long as that ongoing collaboration with the colleges is present. We are looking at data mechanisms to track the impact of these partnerships. It's important that we can show that impact not only for employers through strategic efforts to identify who has been hired as a result of Education First recruitment, but also who has been retained as an employee. So those are the two main factors that we're going to be asking company partners to track. And then we also want to know what our data looks like for students who are participating in Education First in terms of new enrollments, students who hear about this through partnerships with career centers or high schools, or existing students and that persistence rate. And I know Alicia's here and can correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, and we're doing a deeper dive into this data, but the most recent spring withdrawal data showed that we lost just over 1,000 students system-wide. 9.5% of withdrawals cited employment as the rationale for withdrawal. There's another category, another 2,000, close to 2,000, 16.9% of our withdrawals were related to financial reasons. So if they can be connected to a company who can help support their tuition, and we know there's other resources here, but again, that's why that strategic outreach and the high touch points with these students is going to be very important. So that's just under 2,000 students. Another 800 some odd cited scheduling as their reason for withdrawal. And then another near to 3,000 cited personal reasons, and what national data shows us is that often that personal reason category has something to do with employment or potentially several of these barriers in one, and that's about half of our withdrawals right there. So this is a huge effort to ensure that the students we are recruiting and attracting have these access to jobs and that we can help support them in persisting to that credential completion. So I don't have a concrete date for you all on when we're going to launch this. My hope is that potentially over the summer or in the spring, but again, we want to be sure that when we go live with this event and launch this at a press release, you'll all be invited to that event, but when we do that, we want to be sure that the mechanisms are in place to support and address potential and prospective students who see this and say, yes, I want to be a part of it. So I'd like to stop there and see if there are any questions before I move on.
How is a potential business that wants to get involved in the workforce training or something like that, how do they get involved?
So that's a really good question. For this particular initiative, we're going to have a toolkit that is disseminated to each of the colleges after we launch, because we asked them to pick 5. And that was a struggle because many colleges have 20, 30 companies that they're working with that may meet these qualifiers, and another bucket of companies who maybe they're not supporting the college through those organizational learner success or employment success activities, and we just need to sit down and kind of have a conversation with them to get them to that next level. So there's going to be sort of a marketing and outreach toolkit that goes out to colleges so that when that press release happens, they can link it in the communication and say, hey, we've identified your company as a company who meets these qualifiers, and we'd like to sit down and talk with you about it. The second piece is there's going to be ongoing social media and marketing campaigns around this, and our hopes are that when employers see this in the news, they can reach out. We'll have a lead there, someone likely from Workforce Solutions or a designated staff person at each of the colleges who can speak to this opportunity for companies when they do reach out and say, yes, I'm interested. Okay.
So what is the proportion of the 25 companies? I mean, can you just kind of say this many are healthcare, this many would be retail, this many would be?
I can have my team do that and get it to you by the end of the day, or I can just share the list of companies with you guys. I'm happy to do that. I would ask that if I can send it to Hannah and have her get it out as soon as I sit down, that you not share it because it's not public yet. And it shows our targets as well as our current commitments. I would say at least one of the companies out of the 5 is healthcare that each of the colleges have identified. 1 or 2 are manufacturing, but I can get you a concrete breakdown here in just a moment.
So are we going to try to contact them before this press release comes out for the other 70?
Yes, those are all either we've reached out, we've got outreach calls pending, or we're still working to get our foot in the door.
Because we don't want to offend them.
Absolutely not.
By letting the other 25 names out.
Right, of course.
Yeah, I don't have to have names. I was just kind of wondering about healthcare versus manufacturing.
Sector breakdown.
So what is a connection point? I'm sure I just don't recall it. The reason why I'm asking is I've got a couple of current employees who are interested in going back to school, but they have the same barriers. So they have a child at home, single parent, they just can't navigate it. And I don't have a system. I'm working on running my business, right?
Of course.
I don't know what the best practices are to execute this on a very efficient
Yes.
basis.
So that's part of what we're working on, this internal structure that we need to get in place, and we're going to be discussing this at our PLT meeting on Monday to ensure that there is a dedicated staff person who can assist. We know that there are so many companies out there that leave tuition dollars on the table every single year, and we really want to recruit from those companies as well. And so what we hope to have is an easy contact, an RFI, but I will say that the colleges are equipped to handle that. Our partnership with Family Scholar House, for example, we've got the resources there and the navigators there at each college to help students understand what their resources are and how they can actually, to Wendy's earlier point, make this a reality. Because sometimes it seems like the barriers to even enroll are insurmountable. Okay, so on the same note of employer partnerships, while that is sort of the pinnacle of company partnerships at KCTCS, we've got so many other types of partnerships. And we'll be looking to kind of continue branding different types of partnerships as we move forward. And we have embarked on a journey to map all of our assets system-wide. That doesn't seem like such a heavy lift when I say it, but let me tell you that it is. So we've used Salesforce historically to track our partnerships through Workforce Solutions, which is our customized training unit and direct business service unit. And we have about 2,700 companies since the start of fiscal year 2020 that Workforce Solutions has been working with. So we reached out with PLT's approval to all of our chief academic officers as well as chief student affairs officers, and we said, who are you working with and how are you tracking that? Now, some colleges have been using spreadsheets, some colleges just keep an email folder when a company reaches out, and they sometimes go back and they sometimes don't, but there really isn't a systemized approach to tracking these different types of relationships. We have good data on the relationships within Workforce Solutions, but we don't have system-wide data around partnerships with academic programs or career services. And so through our efforts to, and this is a first stab and the data is not perfect, to aggregate all of the information and the names of the companies, just the names and the contact information, so that we can get them into Salesforce and have, for the first time, a holistic picture of all of the company partnerships across the system, we have identified, and this data is out of date as of yesterday, an additional 6,000 companies that currently were not accounted for in our data that we are working with through foundations, through our business office, through academic programs, and through career services. So what we're hoping to do here is establish yet another report that we can provide to the colleges to show them, and I know that this is impossible to see, but each of the colleges will be able to see depth of relationship. So we're going to be asking through a survey, how exactly are you working with these companies? And then at the college's choosing, probably on a quarterly basis, we will be able to provide them with reports on the depth and scope of their company relationships. This data set is going to be instrumental for us, I believe, in helping to show the value of KCTCS, not just to students, but to the companies we serve. And we've talked so much this morning about being embedded into the communities. Well, this is just that, showing that depth and scope of partnership and being able to qualify and quantify these employer engagements are going to be really important for us to demonstrate ongoing value. The other piece to this is that we know it's going to be much easier to go to a company that we're already working with and deepen that relationship than cold call someone we have not worked with in the past. So I will say right now, at my last pool of our data, we used Dun & Bradstreet to ensure that our data is consistent with the state's data on active businesses across Kentucky. There's roughly 220,000 businesses across Kentucky. We're working with about 10,000 of them. So this is also going to help us see where there might be opportunities. We'll be able to see trends in the sectors that we're working with. Do we have some sectors that are more engaged than others? We can start to ask questions based on the data as to why that may be, and then strategize deepening relationships in other sectors. So I will be excited to share with you all the depth of partnership survey results at the June board meeting. But for now, I am excited to report that we have identified close to 10,000 companies that we are partnered with across the system.
I have one question.
Yes.
For example, when you're working with the academic programs, we would all realize that there are memorandums of understanding, or what was memorandums of agreement. Some of those are system level, some of those are individual for the colleges. And this is just operational question for me because I don't have this knowledge yet. When colleges work with businesses, is there not some kind of formal tracking agreement that is established up front with the college to say, we're going to offer a specialized training that's 1 week long, here is our onboarding form or our relationship form, or something where colleges would have that kind of mechanism that could easily be imported into system data?
So it depends on the type of engagement. If it's a customized training program, yes, we have that data. If it's a clinical site, yes, we've got MOAs. But those are not always on file in a systematized way. But if it's participation on an advisory board, or if it's a mentoring program, we don't have data on that. I'll talk about Handshake here in just a moment, but before Handshake, we had no real data on who and how companies, who was recruiting our students and how those opportunities were presented to students. So in some cases, yes, and those have been easy to import into Salesforce, but in many instances, no. And I'll also say that it depends on who is sort of the owner of that partnership engagement, because it could be a faculty who's been with the system for 20 years, and they've got an ongoing partnership with a machine tool and die company down the street, and they're really the owner of that relationship, and no one else has been engaged. So again, I say the data is not perfect. We're going to continue to uncover more informal partnerships, but the idea here is to really formalize and be able to talk about the impact to companies and the scope of relationships with them.
Well, I think this poses a real opportunity then to kind of finalize that process. You know, for example, for years, if we invited a guest speaker onto campus, we would have to fill out a form that would go to academics. I'm inviting a community person, you know, into the campus environment. We have that tracking mechanism. But it seems like through like a community connections portal or something like that, I believe we could all come up to speed very quickly with saying, if you're inviting a community person in some facet onto your campus or in a partnership, we need to track that, because I think moving forward, you've kind of shown the magnitude of opportunity that's out there with businesses that we have yet to contact, or community agencies. So I think that would be a really good project, I guess, to put in place at this point.
I will say that Salesforce has the capacity to do just that. Where I am cautious is that our colleges are very overwhelmed already. And just in workforce alone, there's 3 different data portals that they're required to use. And so I'm hesitant to put forward any type of even suggestion that any community, because think about the work that Dr. Acapo's team would have to do today just to go in and log everyone who showed up to the welcome event. So I think we're going to have to get really specific on sort of what counts and what we're trying to track, and that certainly is a second piece outside of employers. We definitely want all that employer data there, but in terms of community partners specifically, I think it could get messy, because I would imagine that the 10,000 companies we're serving, there's probably 30,000 community partnerships that we have, just at a guess.
So is there a single form that we have that we then download into those 3 different databases, or are we really triplicating data every time we have one of these connections?
So Salesforce is the only employer-specific data system that we have. Now, when we're working with students and there's a company, so we're enrolling students in a credit or non-credit workforce program, we have to use both PeopleSoft and then a platform called Campus CE. So it sort of depends on what data we're trying to pull, but this is the only platform for workforce for employer data. Now, the business office uses a different system, and I don't know if Buddy can speak to that, or if it's just Excel's or PeopleSoft that you all use to manage your relationships with companies.
It's PeopleSoft.
It's PeopleSoft. So we can pull data from PeopleSoft, and that's an easy upload that the colleges don't have to lift a finger to do, and that's how we aggregated the business office data in that report. And then obviously our foundations have their own separate tracking system, but again, they communicate. There's an API there. And so we are able to seamlessly integrate that data from Blackbot into Salesforce.
Sounds like there's an opportunity for some efficiency.
Yes. Very quickly, yesterday during the tour, when we were in the food pantry, some of you all saw Hannah pull me aside and say, hey, there's a handshake flyer right there, and I got all excited and took a picture and was just really happy the rest of the day, because Handshake is the platform that we're using to connect students to job opportunities and to work-based learning opportunities. When Alicia pointed out in the data earlier that our earnings, there's an earnings gap in employment success when we look at underrepresented minorities and non-underrepresented minorities, Handshake is the level-setting equity tool for that. And when we did not have a platform through which companies could recruit across colleges and across different programs, what that could have looked like in an instance when a college did not have any sort of tool is I get an email, and I'm the career services lead. I get the email and I say, okay, well, Regent Cox is the professor of the program. He's my faculty member, so I'm just going to send him the opportunity, and he's going to select the students who he thinks is the best fit. Now, we never intend to have implicit bias, but we do. I may not share that opportunity with a student because I know she's a single mom. But if that opportunity is on Handshake and everyone can see it, this is a level-setting equity tool for us to ensure that all students have access to opportunities. 15 of our 16 colleges are now live on Handshake. The only college that is not on Handshake right now is Somerset, and it's only because they had an existing contract and already had some infrastructure in place. That contract will lapse at the end of the fiscal year, and they'll be on in July. We launched to employers before students, because we can't have students logging on and seeing that there's no opportunities there. Since launching, we have over 1,800 companies who have signed on and said, I want to recruit from KCTCS. Those companies represent almost 300,000 job postings. Now, some are duplicates because companies can log on and say, I want to recruit from these 4 or 5 colleges. But this is incredible to know that this number of opportunities is out there for our students. So if you're having to access the food pantry and you're struggling and see that Handshake flyer right there and know that this is an easy way for me to go and connect with companies who are really looking for a BCTC student, it is just one step to make those barriers reduced for students. So our launch to students now is kind of staggered in nature, and we're really working on marketing and outreach effort. And this goes beyond Facebook or Instagram. This goes beyond putting flyers in common spaces. This has to be a culture for KCTCS. We have to ensure that faculty are aware of this. We have to ensure that staff are aware of this, that from every touch point, that students understand this opportunity exists, that it's on the MyPath homepage, and that students see and hear about this multiple times, because as we know, we have to hear things several times before it actually sinks in. And so we will be hosting a retreat for all of the Handshake leads at the system office in April, and doing a deep dive into some of the best practices that we have seen around creating this culture of employment success, and really ensuring that at any touch point where a student might be asking about job opportunities or work-based learning opportunities, we are equipped to talk about Handshake and get them quickly connected.
Do we have any student success stories yet using Handshake?
We will at the next board meeting. Awesome. Yes, we do, and the reason that, again, it's been a staggered launch, we did have 3 early adopters that rolled into our system-wide contract. So we're at the place now where we can finally start to reach out to some of those students, because many of these opportunities are semester or year long. Update on work, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, how do we go about getting the flyers to put in the common places?
So, yes, of course. Each college has a designated Handshake lead, and the system office is supporting purchasing those marketing materials, understanding what their needs are. I think we have like banners that we've sent to each of the colleges, flyers, and then it's on that Handshake lead to best understand what those highest traffic areas are within their unique college and get those disseminated in that fashion. Okay, so very quick update on trains. I have been talking about this to you all for the last, I don't know, 18 months or so it feels like. We can all recall prior Chair Damaris really stressing we should run out of money. Well, we ran out of money. We utilized all of our trains funds, any rollover that we have, just under $8 billion in January of 2023. Immediately, we instituted some system-wide stopgaps, and I don't want to get in the weeds here, but we've always allowed colleges to write projects for a span of 12 months. So we asked them to go back, review all of their projects, and any that had training that started after July 1, we asked them to revise and hold on those courses that were supposed to start after the next fiscal year so that we could free up some more dollars. And so we're back on the plus side. We are still approving projects, but this is the first time that we have ran out of trains funding. I think one of the reasons that this has happened, and you all will see this in the news every day, is this idea of the degree reset. That's what Harvard Business Review has coined, this new sort of notion that many companies, many state agencies, the federal government are coming forward and saying we no longer require degrees as proxy for skills. And so when that happens and you start onboarding individuals and you don't have a strong L&D division, you may be hiring people that don't have the skills that are needed for success. And so I believe that we are seeing continued increased demand as a result of companies hiring and then looking to us as their L&D partner to rapidly upskill these individuals and get them to where they can be productive members of that company. We're continuing to explore additional funding. We've looked at a few grants. We're looking at some modifications to how we support CDL training. And we are making some slight adjustments in marketing because we certainly don't want to go out and promise that we can immediately offer trains funding when it is no longer available. But I am confident that we will get through the remainder of this fiscal year, the next 3 months, being able to approve any projects that the college has put forward. Internally, I'm looking at my revenue streams, and my team is exploring additional potential revenue streams to increase our trains budget. And then, of course, Hannah and I have done some advocacy this year to help ensure that the legislature, as well as our colleagues in a variety of cabinets, are aware of this increased demand. Questions there? You will see on your dashboard that I hate seeing negative numbers. I'm an overachiever, and so I want to see positive every quarter. That's just not the reality. Those of you business leaders in the room know that quarter two is always a difficult quarter. We always expect to see that this is our lowest performing quarter for trains. That being said, though we're seeing negative numbers here, I want to show you all quarter two data for the last 5-ish years. So in quarter two of 2023, we approved 60 projects. You'll see, or 2023, 2022, 39. And I don't have to read these numbers to you all to demonstrate that the growth is still there, even though we saw a decrease in the number of projects from Q1 to Q2. So I think that this continues to speak to the demand. We're only going to see this demand continue to increase. We're going to continue prioritizing our marketing efforts. Just yesterday, the Cabinet for Economic Development called. They've got several more projects in the pipeline. We have really strengthened that relationship. Part of their legislative marketing materials this year highlighted and underscored the need for additional trans funding. And so I'm just feeling very positive that we're going to continue increasing the amount of trans dollars we can offer to the colleges to support these customized training projects, and that companies really are considering us their L&D partners. That's it. Any other questions?
Fantastic presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Dr. Williams?
Can you pull up the report, please, the online? Thank you. Thank you, Chair Stevens. Our first two reports are going to be presented by staff from the Chancellor's Office. The very first report will be presented by Alicia Crouch. She'll be speaking to a report that ORP has been working on over the past several months on student success patterns in online education. That'll be followed by what we're doing about it, the response to the pilot that we reported to you in December. Thank you. Sorry, I can delay here. So first we're going to see this online learning report from Alicia, and then after that we're going to hear from Dr. Leah Simpson on the update on the Board of Regents pilot to help deal with success gaps, and you'll be seeing that report after this, and then you'll have a short report from the Chancellor's Office. So Alicia?
Thank you, Dr. Williams. So we've had a lot of questions about what is happening in online education and what is happening with those gaps between in-person education. So ORPA, so Alan Lawson in particular, took an overview, a chance to do an overview descriptive analysis of what is happening with online education at KCTCS. So this is just a high-level look at that, at what's happening. So we were looking at a few things. So what is happening nationally in online education? What's been happening at KCTCS? What % of our classes are in online education? And then what are those gaps in success? So as an overview and as a background of this, we all know that our online education has been increasing over time. So, with the availability of high-speed internet, we have seen a lot of online classes. The pandemic really turbocharged that. So we saw a lot of shift to online education due to the pandemic. So research has consistently shown across the nation that there are gaps in success rates when you compare in-person versus online student success. So what we looked at in this analysis is we're looking at our credential-seeking student population and what is happening. So first, we're looking at enrollment patterns here. So before the pandemic, so the blue bars here are in-person courses. So you see that before the pandemic in fall of 2019, about half of our classes were taught in person, and an additional 10% hybrid, and then about 42% online. So in comes the pandemic, and we see a flip in that. So what we saw was that 57.6% of our classes immediately flipped to online. And we saw a lot more hybrid courses, 26.2%. And in that fall 2020 semester heavily impacted by COVID, only 16.2% of our classes were delivered in person. So as we have, as the pandemic is no longer termed a pandemic and has kind of become endemic, we've seen a shift back a little bit in terms of where classes are occurring. So what we've really seen that shift in is the hybrid modality. So a lot of our courses were set up as hybrid just in case there was a pandemic really hitting the community and they needed to be shifted online during that semester. So we've seen these courses really start to be set up as in-person again, knowing that there's probably not going to have to be a shift in the middle of the semester to online. But we did see, we went from 42% of our courses online to 57.6 to 60.2% in fall 2021. We're starting to see a little bit of a shift back in terms of where those courses are delivered now that we've had a little more time since the pandemic. So we saw a little bit of a shrinkage in our online enrollment in both fall 2022 and in spring 2023. And now about a quarter of our classes are delivered fully in person with another 17.3% delivered in a hybrid modality. So the next part of what we looked at was who's likely to enroll in these online courses. So we looked at 5 factors for this initial analysis. One of the things that you don't see on here is technical versus general education courses. So technical courses are much more likely to be delivered in person versus the general education courses, which are more likely to be delivered online. So in addition, we looked at URM and non-URM status, the female, male, gender, age group, and then academic load, so whether a student is full-time or part-time, and how that impacted whether they were likely to take courses online or not. So what we saw is that non-URM students, female students, older students, and part-time students are more likely to take courses online than in person. And in addition, that the general education students are more likely to take classes online. So then we started to look at online course success rates. So we're often asked, what is that gap? And we look at this overall picture about all of our courses at one time. So we found that about 80% of our courses in person are passed successfully, 74.4% of the hybrid courses, and then 68% of the online courses. So for an overall course pass rate of 71.6%. But we know that we have a lot of different types of courses, and some are more likely to be delivered in person, and some are more likely to be delivered online. So for example, as I mentioned earlier, our technical classes are more likely to be delivered in person. Guess what? They also have higher pass rates on average than our general education courses. So when we're just comparing an overall view of online versus in-person success, we're pitting our gen ed that are more likely to be delivered online versus our technical classes that are more likely to be delivered in person. So we're showing a bigger gap than what is actually happening based on the course types. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to drill down a little bit more into this information. So the first pass that we did was to look at what I just said, that technical versus the general education pass rates. So what you can see here is that technical courses, 81.5% are passed versus general education courses where we have an overall pass rate of 65.1%. So when we're looking at technical education courses, we still see a variation between the online and the in-person success. But what we also know is that we have a lot of different types of technical courses and a lot of different pass rates in them. So we're still a lot comparing apples to oranges when we're looking just at the overall technical courses. So we see when we're just looking at the general education courses, we don't see really a gap at all between the online and the in-person success. But again, we wanted to examine this a little more closely to see if we're really comparing apples to oranges there. So before we go into that next step where we're going to look at specific courses, I did want to point out a few things, that we do have some equity gaps in our course success rates. So you saw that our URM students were less likely to take classes online. We also see some pass rate inequities in both the in-person and the online course success. So our URM students are less likely to pass our courses, whether they are in person or online. So I think the only thing that is really surprising on this page is that we hear a lot about how older adults may not do so well at online courses because they may not have the technical skills needed or know how to do those online courses. That's not what we see. We actually see that older students are outperforming younger students in the online course success. So this goes a little bit against that, what we normally hear. We do have, success rates are consistent across gender. Male students perform slightly better in technical courses and female students perform slightly better in the general education courses. And I know you're all shocked to know that our full-time students do outperform our part-time students in course success rates. So as I said, we wanted to dig down a little bit further and really try to get down to that apples versus apples comparison. So we chose 6 courses to look at. Why did we choose these 6 courses? So they are some of our biggest courses. So these 6 courses represent 18% of all the courses taken in fall 2021. Just these 6 courses right here, a fifth of all the courses taken. In addition, we're doing a success gap analysis between online and in person. So we also needed courses where students take courses both online and in person. So for example, it wouldn't be very good to have a CPR class here where you really need to have CPR classes in person to really get a lot out of them. So we don't offer the CPR online. So we chose these 6 classes, and what we can then see is what are really our gaps in success rates between online and in person when we're looking at the specific classes. We see gaps ranging here from 2.8% in that CIT 105, so that Intro to Computers class, and that ranges up to 8.7% for that Bio 137 course. So some pretty big differences in those gap rates across some of these courses. What you'll also see on this, every time I share this, I get the question, do we really have a 50.5% pass rate in Math 150 in person and a 44.3% pass rate in Math 150 online? Yes, we do. So we don't necessarily just need to look at online course success. We also need to look at overall course success in some of our courses, how we can deliver them better, and also the other supports that we can put in place around the course to help with that student success. So what other student services can we put in place? So in addition to those, the equity gaps that I pointed out earlier, we do have some course level equity gaps. So these are highlighting those big equity gap pieces. So just because something is not on here doesn't mean that there's not an equity gap in it as well. So what we saw was that URM students, again, have much lower success rates than non-URM students. This is true across the in-person and the online courses. There are a number of our courses where the URM success rate for in-person courses is lower than the online success rate for non-URM students. So we really need to dig into what we're doing about equity to make sure that we are addressing those success rates. In addition, in the report, which is about a 20-page report, we do break out the data by the part-time versus full-time, and what you'll see is there's not really a gap between the online and the in-person for part-time students like there is for full-time students. Full-time students tend to do better in person. Part-time students tend to be doing pretty well across all of the modalities, but at a lower rate than full-time students. And then full-time students, are much more successful when taking that Bio 137, the English 101, and the Math 150 in person as opposed to online. We ended this report with some takeaways and recommendations. So I've got two screens of these on here. So this first one is about policies, practices, and resources. So what can we do to impact the online course success rates? So really looking at high-quality professional development opportunities, implementing a standardized means of tracking and evaluating the keys, as well as access to those holistic student support services, specifically for students who are online, who may not have as much access to them as students who are on campus. So those are some of those policies and practices and resource options. So in addition, this is a high-level overview about where we are with online. So we really need to do additional research. Now that we know where some of these gap components are, we want to make sure that we continue to compare success rates for specific courses to minimize the discipline-based differences. We also want to consider delivery and implementation methods by specific instructors and colleges. So who are some role models that we can go to and say, how are you teaching this, and how can you share what you are doing with others? So in addition, we pulled in URN status, we pulled in age, we pulled in gender, but we did not pull in other student factors. So it's possible that students are entering into the online courses are less prepared for college, have additional non-academic barriers. So how do we bring those in to this full analysis to make sure that we're really looking at that course success rate, also based on those student characteristics. And again, this focused mostly on that online versus the in-person success rate, but as we drilled down into this data, we really saw that there were some specific areas of inequity that we need to address. So how can we pinpoint that through future research? That is an overview of online education and gaps.
I should ask a question, and that is because these that you have listed, for example, are general education courses. Is there a way to drill down and look at the use of vendor infusion into the course? For example, when you're talking about online education, there is an additional cost, my understanding, if I put my whatever into my course. And are we really sure what's happening with how much faculty engagement is occurring versus how much is actually placed on the third-party vendor to determine success of these students? Because obviously these courses vary, but when you do that, you're bringing in another vendor to help deliver content that is primarily the faculty's responsibility, and it doesn't pose a cost to the students. So I would be really interested when you drill down into course and faculty and things like that, how many are actually teaching courses with the infusion of a third-party vendor in the instructional environment?
Okay, we have not looked at that, but if it's captured somewhere, we can definitely do that.
And can we also make sure that that's that's actual content, not just a course charge model for a textbook? So is there a way to even drill down further into that? Because that's going to play a role. Like, for example, English 101, the Norton's loaded in there. That doesn't mean that they're using external Norton content. So can we make sure that it's differentiated between those two as well?
You're thinking, you're thinking maybe of, for example, some of that math course is presented through Pearson, and the Pearson My Math Lab is used as part of the instructional provider, as opposed to being a textbook, like an English teacher might use a textbook in a regular class and use the same textbook in a digital version in their online class. So you're asking to get to where there's additional instruction provided through the supporting the faculty's provision, maybe even providing the test bank or something, as opposed to just being a textbook. But still, I think getting to the heart of your question about those extra materials. All online classes do have a standard lab fee per class of $20 per credit hour that is used to support some of the costs like Blackboard and others around those courses. Some courses have digital materials that would be just like a textbook in their Blackboard rather than in a written form. But there's a third class, essentially, that is this instructional enhancement. And I think you're both getting to the instructional enhancement portion. We have to figure out if there's a way to pull those classes out.
Is there a way to tell, most of the courses that you did a deeper dive were, I would call entry-level first courses that someone would be taking, to see that if this is their first online class that they did take, was part of it adapting to it being an online course, and then when they took another one the second semester, did they increase? Was it more of them learning how to properly take an online course?
So we can look and see if it was in the first semester versus a later semester.
I think this is incredibly interesting. I got thousands of questions and I'm staring down the topic. You know, and I apologize, I try to lay everything on my brain of healthcare. We spend so much time, you know, what do we get out of a virtual visit that or what do we get from an in-person visit that we lose in a virtual visit? You know, what do we get from doing orientation for new employees online? What do we lose when we do it online versus what do we get when we're there with them face to face? And we've all made such broad, generalized sorts of thoughts about this. I'm guessing everybody has. And this is the first that I've seen actual empirical data like this. And I guess one of the things I'm curious about, and maybe I'm a knucklehead, I know I'm a knucklehead, but can you go back to the slide where it showed and I wanted to understand pass rates by those? I hate it when board members ask to go backwards.
I clicked,
feel like we
I
made
clicked
such
out
progress
one too
going
many
forward.
times.
These guys ask to go backwards. Okay. Yes, right here. So let me understand this right. Is when you say pass, what do you mean?
I mean, the student got an A, a B, a C, or a P grade.
Okay, you lost me at P. What?
Pass.
Okay, all right.
Like, that's just a pass-fail if somebody's not taking it for an actual grade.
Okay, so this is everything but failure. It follows into.
So we look at D's in a couple of different ways. So we actually, in our data warehouse, we have 3 different ways of tracking this. For this study, we cut it off at a C as a passing grade because sometimes D's don't count for transfer or for, within a program. Yes. So we cut it off as C.
They don't count. So should we be counting D's?
Yeah.
Because part of our mission is transfer credit and D's don't count. Right. So I think that we put ourselves behind the 8 ball if we're counting D's, because these numbers are going to look much worse if we take out the D's.
We did not count D's.
Oh, you did not?
count
No.
D's. Thank goodness.
That's what I wanted to know the definition
Yeah.
of what it was.
Dr.
So,
Fudge, I'm sorry, can I just add to that though? Because I think there is a real conversation among our faculty right now about success. So they did not count D's, but they did you count withdrawals?
We did count W's.
And so the withdrawal can be caused by a lot of different reasons. It can be impacted by the barriers on the student. It can be the students failing in the class and they want out at the end. And that may or may not have something to do with the instruction. And so I think this report and some of our other work has really created an internal dialogue across the colleges about, yes, we more or less understand the C versus D, because in our office, we're with you. It should be a C or higher and a P. It should not include a D, even though a D is technically a passing grade in our system. It doesn't transfer, and it often isn't of value. But the W's are creating, I think, a real interesting conversation. Should they be a part of that denominator in checking that gap? Or is it legitimate that the student has made the choice to withdraw, and it may be because of, the teacher isn't doing a great job, but most likely it may be because the student just can't deal with the class, or is failing because they couldn't get childcare, or they didn't manage their time, or they had technology issues, or whatever. And I think if you did this again without including the W's, you just removed those numbers would be different. I can't say they'd be better or worse, but they would be different. And so I think that is something that we as a system kind of have to really deal with, is do we where do we draw the line on the student versus teacher kind of impact, and how can we tease that out of those W's? We can a little bit by their rationale for withdrawal, but that was not done in this study. So I'm standing behind Orpa's numbers. I'm not trying to make differences, but I am saying there are different ways one could interpret them based on whether you included why that student withdrew or not. And that's a conversation we need to decide so that we can have one standard of this data moving forward.
I think it does give you that additional data point though, and while I agree with faculty it should not be punitive, it is a data point to further investigate, because if you do have a single faculty member who repeatedly has very high W rates in their course, then that needs to be looked at.
Absolutely.
But if you do have those, and we know with our students, they have lots of those socioeconomic factors that sometimes force them to withdraw even when they don't want to, that's a whole different conversation, but that's where an exit interview would maybe give you that information. But I think if we give the students an opportunity to respond to why did you withdraw,
They do. We do. We just did not, we just overall said the withdrawal counts, and we didn't titrate it out by type of rationale the student gave.
I just know the reason I usually withdrew is because I really did badly on the first two tests.
We all know, I think we're all marking our calendars the last day for withdrawal.
Yes, so we did
Guilty
not,
myself.
we did not include drops. We did,
Okay.
so we did not include drops. If somebody dropped after the date and got a withdrawal, then they are included. So that's, similar to a lot of those national comparisons that we have, the voluntary framework of accountability, et cetera. But we can look at it also and have a separate piece here and have another line up here that says, if we were to take out the withdrawals, what would the pass rate look like for the people who completed the course?
Is there any data to show the difference between a full semester class and a bi-term class? I
Yes.
understand, because I have taken bi-term, I'm mixing one now. They are a little bit more challenging, especially if you don't understand the online stuff or the technology stuff for a lot of people.
Yes, so thank you to Dr. Neal. We added that to our data warehouse, so we do have that information in there.
I got a quick overscoping question, which will probably be strange. So I recognize this is a post-secondary institution focused, but with the data continually saying, if these kids don't get on reading level and math skill levels by the 5th grade, how do we push the pipeline any faster if we can't solve it at the middle school level? Yeah, I mean,
That's a lovely philosophical question.
So I think a lot of that is making sure, like Dr. Ferguson said earlier, securing those partnerships, not through just recruitment, as Barry said, but also with, I should be talking to English departments in my region. I should be having conversations. Math teachers should be talking to those high school math teachers to make sure that, I mean, we can say that they're college and career ready, but what does that actually mean? We need to have those partnerships and those conversations in the classrooms and make sure that those students really are ready.
And we do, when a student comes to us and they're not ready, they have an opportunity to take a developmental education course in math, reading, or English, or all three if they need, before they move into the credit classes. Our preference, and students actually do better, is if they're close but not quite at college level, then we put them in the class, but we provide supplemental instruction, and some of the colleges do it differently. Usually it's an additional 1 credit hour class. The biggest problem with the developmental ed classes is they cost the student, but they don't get credit for it. And so that's, that's another barrier. It's one more class. But to Regent Whitten's point, that partnership with the schools, with working with them to make sure their students are graduating post-secondary ready, is a really strong point. There was actually legislation this year that created some post-secondary readiness indicators at the K through 12 level that we would disagree with. A student doing so much work at a company made them post-secondary ready in the college, in the school's readiness indicators, but it didn't necessarily really make them ready in reading, English, and math. And so it is that partnership, but it's also that student's willingness to overcome that gap between what they know and what we thought they would know when they got to us that helps, makes a big difference.
Do we have any kind of success academy for those
students coming in from high school who maybe do need to remediate? Like, do we do anything in the summer to prepare them before fall? And are we working with them on those sorts of
Yeah, a
things?
lot of our colleges do have summer camps for those students that have already tested out of college level and do those processes. And that's a CPE partnership. You were asking about some of those funds earlier, but those funds are given every year, and we have already received them this year for this summer, for example, for our summer camps. So we will have a lot of colleges offering those.
And do those cost the students anything, or those funds are available for them to come for free?
Well, there's still a cost for the tuition, so I believe the colleges, and I'll ask our presidents, but I believe the colleges work to waive that tuition cost or cover it with the CPE dollars. I'm seeing a lot of head shakes yes over here.
We'll just send it as non-credit and don't charge it all.
Yeah, or they're saying they offer it non-credit and don't charge at all. And, yeah, they also use adult education as a partner.
And some of it's good. Sorry.
I see
Some
it.
of it's grant, I mean, some of it's grant funded. I mean, like in the past, in Maysville, just as an example, we had a fast start program for students who came in reading, writing, or math, who were deficient. We done 1 week in the summer, and we hit all 3 of them with them. They tested in at the end to try to test into that gateway course. But there's a lot of those programs, I know at Maysville, they were always grant funded through different types of grants.
There are also some self-directed programs that we can push students to where they can work through an online program. It is individual, they have to want to do it, but it can really up their comprehension, and they're often able to test into a higher level of the study after they do that.
With the camps, we sometimes provide food, and we'll have a laptop giveaway, at the end for incentive to attend there.
Do you all have any more questions?
I have thousands, but. So am I the only one that I keep looking at this thinking, no, you're reading this wrong? So half the people who take math 150. So the other half don't, the other half fail.
Or withdraw.
Or withdraw.
Well, okay, that gets into the argument we were having earlier. So, I mean, that seems like, wow, that seems really high.
It's a terrible number, and it's one our math faculty work on all the time. It's not one we appreciate, want, desire.
Well, I'm not being critical.
No, but we are. We need to be critical of the way that we're managing this, and we are. But it is, students do not come to us math ready, and you all know that many people are very scared of math. Speaking of anxiety, there's a whole lot of anxiety out there.
It's a verb in my house. We don't do it.
But think about how many of those.
Dr. Neal would like to.
Oh, yeah.
Require this.
Well-
This and not transfer math.
So, but I mean, it really does kind of jump to your point. There's an underlying issue.
Oh, yeah.
By the time they're here, we're a bit hamstrung, I guess, as to how much of a difference we can make. I swear the last question on this. I'm very intrigued by it though. You said you were going to be able to strafe the data in such a way to say, Dr. Jones, when she teaches this, 72% pass, and the others don't. I think that's going to be incredibly difficult data to deal with, but good data, because I think what I learned anyway during this time of virtual, we have physicians who are great at a virtual visit, and we have some that it is a nightmare. Do not put them in front of a camera, ever. I mean, it's worse. And yet they could both be with the same patient, and we can have a radically different outcome. So, I think some of it in the future is going to be just that conversation that we're going to have that's reality of, sorry, you can't teach online. I'm not even sure if you can teach in the classroom, but we'll see about that. But, I think we're going to have to be that specific, because there is a correlation, I would think.
I think there has to be, and I do know that is, I won't say pushback, but I know there's been a lot of conversation amongst the faculty about the online learning initiatives and the course prep and all those things. And I think some people are very offended that we're asking for improvements, even for very veteran faculty who, maybe have been teaching for years. But if it pans out that they are an outlier amongst their peers, like you said, Smith is 72% and Jones and everybody else is 50 or below,
I think you've got to be looking at Smith and saying, where are those best practices? How can we replicate this? And if we're not really utilizing that data in that way, then it could become, you know, punitive, so to speak. I think the message I want faculty to understand is this is not meant to be punitive. This is meant to find best practices, flesh out who's doing a really good job, what of those other things like the additional, I didn't know about Pearson and all that, but those additional components to their course that maybe is making their students more successful. Is there something about their students? You know, let's look at those students in those courses, ACT scores or whatever, however we're getting them into those different classes. You know, why they chose Smith over somebody else, you know, timing of the class. And with online, I guess that part doesn't matter as much. But again, teasing those things out by a faculty member, I think is very important. But there seems to be a little hesitation there, some pushback there, and I'm concerned about that because I think we're all here for improved success of our students, and this is just a huge component of it.
So, really quick, so I mean, that kind of to Wendy's point, I mean, there is hesitation. I think it's just hesitation, and it's a new process, and we're not sure where it's going, but talking about Smith and Jones, why they're taking Smith and not taking Jones, but we also have to have a conversation about grade inflation, right? There's another piece to this too. Is Smith inflating grades? Is his pass rate 72% because the rigor's not in the course, especially with Math 150? Are those kids passing? Is that 50.5%? Are they passing because they took the easy teacher? Right? We have to have those conversations too, so we can't just look at it just in one little, you know, tunnel vision of that. We have to make sure that that actually pans out with that. So.
I might have Professor picked a time or two.
Maybe.
If I could, I was whispering over here to Chancellor Williams. Math 150 is a very interesting topic, and I think it's important for you all as a board member to know what Math 150 is. It's college algebra, challenging course, even for the best of students. But we think college algebra needs to be taken by everybody. There's been a lot of discussion in higher ed, universities, community colleges alike for 20-some years now. Do all professions need students going through college to take college algebra, or are there other math pathways that might be better suited to prepare them for the career, such as statistics? And so there's stat pathways and there's algebra pathways, but we by and large push the algebra pathways pretty much for all. And I think we need, as a system, to look at what is the best pathway for students for each career path. Because as you might imagine, coming from the careers that you all represent, college algebra may not have been as useful to you as statistics would have been. And so I think that's one of the things that it's not just the faculty, the quality of the faculty, the preparation, the course content, or even the student's motivation. Sometimes the subject matter needs to be questioned. Is that the most appropriate subject matter for the career they're training for? But in higher education across America, we have stuck to this tradition of algebra for all. And there's a lot of research out there saying there's a lot of students that would have done a lot better in the statistics pathway and would have been better prepared for their career.
That's a great, that answered my question 1,000%. I appreciate you saying that. I think there's a big difference. When we started changing letters for numbers, we lost our way just in general, and that's what algebra is, right? And I do think that that's something that does have to be considered. I do believe, and I see it in a lot of the nursing things, there are great minds that will never fully understand that process, the algebraic process, that are very good at other things. That really helped. I appreciate it.
I don't mean to speak for Regent Jackson, but the nurse, is this actually? Okay. But the nursing program has actually dropped this course as a requirement. We now have 6 math courses that can be put into different program areas. It does take a while to get a program and its faculty to sort of think through the correct math pathway, but we really are trying to find math that is very helpful. Algebra may not help a nurse, but there is a lot of math in the nursing profession. We want to make sure it's the right math.
Or liberal arts math.
Liberal arts math is a little more statistics based.
You mean it really doesn't mean when those trains meet each other in the station?
They're not very much.
But that's not, a lot of that's not transferable, Russ, though they're transferring, they have to have college option.
Well, we appreciate the opportunity to present this. Obviously, there's going to be round 2 here on this particular information. Chair Stevens, if you'd like, we can move to the next report. I don't know if you're ready to keep going.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, Alicia, sorry?
I was just going to say, having taken Math 150 and statistics, as President Neal was saying, a lot of students come unprepared. And I think that's a lot of the issue. And the big issue with students, I believe, and maybe this is because of my military background or whatnot, time management. And that is, I see it with the students, our schools and other schools, time management is a big thing. Instead of trying to force everything all at once, they're trying to get it done. Oh, I can do all this tonight. I can go out tonight, or I can do this, or I can do that. Time management is a big issue.
We agree. Thank you.
Traditional versus non-traditional students as well.
I'm going to ask Dr. Leah Simpson to step up. Alicia, thank you and your team. That's a lot of work, and we really appreciate it.
I did want to speak to something, Dr. Williams, very quickly. Again, always looking for the opportunity, but I think that we do have opportunities to perhaps infuse more of the high school perspective into what we do at the college level. We all have program advisory boards, and we tend to kind of lean heavily on the people that hire our students for input. But what would be wrong with maybe expanding those program advisory boards to people that are actually feeding our program? We kind of always think about it from program out to employment, but what about improving the quality of student that we're getting into the program? Ultimately, in that trajectory, it's obviously going to improve a work-ready graduate. So we have that mechanism in place, and I think we could make some very quick adjustments to that to improve the pool that we're getting, perhaps, with these conversations.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Appreciate that. Dr. Simpson is going to give you the mid-pilot report. So understand, please, that much of this data is from fairly early in February. We just started the pilot January 1st. You'll get a final report plus a further plan at your June meeting. But this data from today is from around, I think, February 17th or something like that. It was early on, so we had time to discuss it with the presidents and chief academic officers. So you will see good numbers, but you will not see the numbers that you'll see as we come to the end of the pilot. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Simpson.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about exactly as Dr. Williams said, where we are as of February 17th in regard to the pilot portion of the Quality Assurance Plan. Now, this conversation started last spring when there were questions about how do we know that the quality of online learning is the same across our system? And in response to those kind of questions that were happening last spring, our online learning peer team started to look at those 3 pilot courses that we're looking at during this pilot phase and look at what they look like success rate wise across the system. And we started having some conversations. So this slide and the next 2 slides are looking at those. During our, I think it's September retreat, we started talking about these. We did some investigation just as the conversation previously with my colleague, Ms. Crouch, was up here talking about, and you all were asking about rigor and some of those things. When we were looking at some of these courses, what we were finding was that the rigor did not appear to be different in the high achieving courses and the low achieving courses. We did see differences in faculty involvement with students, some inclusive language with students, the quality of the course layout in the courses that could indicate that there were problems. But then further conversations with our peer team members indicated that there might also be some issues, particularly with those withdrawals, related to advising. Some of the programs that have higher success rates have a different advising model, particularly for the Math 150, which has been discussed, than others. So there's lots of reasons that could indicate the gaps in success that you see across the system from high achieving colleges to low achieving colleges. What you'll see on this slide and the following 2 is on the left-hand side, you'll see the data that we looked at in September. That is 2 years worth of data. That's 6 full semesters worth of data. So we can be a little more sure about what success looks like at the college and across the system with that data. On the right-hand side, the ORPA team put together snapshot data from fall 2022. It's not final data, so it may look a little different when it finally goes to CPE and to IPEDS for national reporting. But that data is on the right-hand side. I do want to caution you that snapshot data comes with a lot more problems, so don't be too alarmed by that. And also, fall semester tends to be academically across the United States the hardest semester in terms of success rates, so you'll see some differences there that I want you to just be aware of as a national norm. But you can kind of see that those ranges in success do continue with, in this case, it's Bio 137. Here's the data from the spring 2020 through spring 2022, and then again fall 2022 for English 101. And then the Math 150 college algebra. This one has the highest number, the biggest swings in success rates across our system, it looks like, at least of those 3 courses. Then in December, the conversation shifted again to thinking about looking at this from a perspective of face-to-face to online learning. So our colleagues in ORPA, thankfully, pulled some data for us that she just presented to you. You can see that the gap rate between those technical courses is higher, anywhere between 11.4% and 11.9% for the last 3 falls. Far less gap in online learning or in face-to-face for general education for the last three falls. Probably this has to do with exactly what Alicia was referring to, maybe the difference in the fact that technical courses, we're comparing, in some cases, apples to oranges. The face-to-face often are courses that are only offered face-to-face. Online are courses that are generally only offered online. And those could really be differences related to the programs of study, not necessarily the modality. So we need to be a little careful with these results. Now back to the pilot. As a reminder, these are the things that we are piloting before we approve the quality assurance plan. So by the end of May, what we said we would do is that we would train faculty to use the KCTCS online learning essential standards, those keys, in the 3 areas, Bio 137, English 101, and Math 150 for all full-time faculty teaching in those courses in an online course. That each of those courses, the faculty teaching full-time must have submitted a self-review of their online course by the end of May. And in addition to that, we have a third process. This is to ensure that we are, when colleges do their own quality assurance processes at their colleges looking at online learning, we wanted to look and make sure that we are, the folks that are doing those quality assurance processes, are using the keys in the same way, that we're applying them with the same standards. So we added a third piece here. This is the assessment validation process. That's running currently. It started in January. It'll be finalized in April. So that's currently underway as well. So those are the 3 pieces of the pilot. And how are we doing? Well, first let's talk about who's teaching online so we know how we're doing. Full-time faculty, we have 1,530 across the system as of spring semester, and 889 of those are teaching at least 1 course online. So 58% are teaching at least 1 course online. Many are teaching more than 1 course online. In those 3 pilot courses, we only have 201 full-time faculty. So those 201 were the targeted faculty for us to test this process this spring. As of February 17th, we had 112 faculty before the pilot even began had completed the KEYS training. So we had 201 faculty and over half of them had completed the KEYS training. By February 17th, the remaining 89 had either completed or were scheduled to complete. Now, I personally have conducted 3 workshops since February 17th, so a lot of those are trained under my watch. We also offered an online workshop that had over 100 faculty that went through it across the system, and there's a workshop going on right now at OCTC with one of my staff members. So we've got lots of training going on, and this looks to be completed for sure with our pilot faculty. It's already well there. For the self-reviews, there were 84 that had been completed by February 17th, and the others were in progress. I'm not so concerned about these because faculty, we anticipate, will do this work when their course semester is over and they've got that time between finals and when their contract is up, and that's when they're due to their colleges. So we're not super concerned about the number that's remaining there to be completed.
Does this include adjuncts?
This includes full-time faculty.
So can we back up to that number, that 201 then? So
Yes.
what percentage is adjunct that are teaching those? So
This
we're
is
saying-
201 full-time faculty, who were included in the pilots.
But can we get back to that one slide? There we go.
That's only
So these
full-time
are-
faculty.
Right, so
is
we're
all
saying
that
there's
we're counting here.
889 primary instructors, and those are all full-time
Yes,
faculty,
ma'am.
and then the 201 is still full-time faculty.
Yes, ma'am, for those three courses.
So the rest of them are adjuncts. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't know,
Different- the
but I don't know
difference-
how many adjuncts, I haven't counted that. Adjuncts are really hard for us to count.
Right, so we're saying like, I don't math either, so 688, is that about right? 688 are teaching these 3 primary courses that are in there all adjuncts?
No, this is only full-time
Gotcha.
faculty
Okay.
numbers here.
Okay.
There are no adjuncts represented on this slide.
But we're still expecting the adjuncts to give us, we're still pulling data based on these 3 courses, on adjunct courses too, correct? Not at all?
This is just for
Gotcha.
full-time that
Okay.
we're currently, and in the pilot, we only suggested a pilot of full-time faculty. Now, adjuncts might be completed, but we've only collected data on
Gotcha.
full-time.
Okay, gotcha.
So adjuncts might be already underway, and I know that for sure because I've talked to
Right.
colleges that are working with their adjuncts, but we didn't represent that here in this data. Okay, but what are we doing outside of the faculty that had to complete for this pilot? If you look here, there are 889 full-time faculty. Before the pilot even began, there were 399 that had completed the KEYS training. Between January 1st and February 17th, an additional 348 faculty had completed the training. So there were only 142 full-time faculty as of February 17th in the system who had not yet completed KEYS training. So the colleges have taken the challenge of these 3 faculty groups teaching these 3 courses have to complete by May, and have expanded on that greatly to get nearly all online faculty, at least during spring term, to complete at this point. We have 85% completion rate for full-time faculty as of February 17th. Again, the self-reviews, the numbers are a little different, and I'm not concerned about that at all. 284 had completed by February 17th their self-review. We're still waiting on those others. We anticipate that number to grow rapidly during May. And then the KEYS validation. This piece required colleges to submit the courses that they reviewed in the last year to us, and we would randomly select them for review by the online learning peer team. They ranged anywhere from colleges submitting five courses for us to put into the pool to one college submitted 287 courses for us to put into the pool. We selected 91 courses for review. That's 14% of the pool was selected for validation, and that was anywhere from 5 to 8 per college included in the review. We had 18 reviewers. All of them are members of the online learning peer team. None of them are system office workers that are currently doing this work. And their first reviews will be due next week, next Friday. And at that point, we'll look at the data and determine which courses require a second review for us to make sure that the data is correct. So that process is currently underway, and we'll be able to give results on how the keys are being interpreted by the quality assurance teams at the colleges at the June board meeting. In addition, we asked the colleges to tell us about their processes, and prior to the college, we had 12 colleges that said they were including the keys in their quality assurance plan. All have been asked to make sure that that is in their quality assurance plan for next year moving forward. And 13 colleges indicated that they are currently following or are working toward following anywhere between a 1 and 3 year cycle of course reviews. So this is really good news, because what this means is that as the colleges review more courses at their colleges, that means that faculty, as they review their courses and do the self-review process that is proposed in the assessment plan, they will get more rapid, regular feedback on the quality of their courses. So it looks like our colleges are really moving towards more quality assurance at their courses. And that is the end of my report. I'm welcome to take any questions if you have any.
I have a question about the 12. So is that just that it's not in their current plan, but therefore are going to have them in there next year? I mean, so that's not.
Yes,
yes.
yes.
It's not like we're saying we're not doing it.
Yes, no one's saying we refuse to do this. It was just a matter of shoring up, getting the switch over.
I also want to add that out of this pilot is coming what one could call, I guess, a foundational framework that will be in each of the 16 colleges' online review plan. So it will include the KEYS professional development and the self-review, and then the additional documentation around this validation process. But that plan itself comes to you in June. It will be going before the Academic Council and the Senate Council in April, so that there's time for that academic and faculty leadership input into that. But it's not going to be hugely different from what you're seeing in the pilot. We won't know the results of this pilot until we get grades at the end of fall term on those classes. And at that point, if we need to make some adjustments or see if, the impact, we'll do that. But regardless, there will be this building block of each college's online assessment process out of this pilot. The colleges then will add whatever they want to on top of that. Each college has some other things they're looking at, but that all of them will be taking one basic same step so that we have that standardization of process.
I would hope that numbers would go up because of the Hawthorne effect as well. Now that they know it's being looked at, they're being studied, it might get better.
And I will remind you all that there is, as we've talked about at other board meetings, there is a new dashboard out there that has access by the colleges select who has access to it. But it does show all of the student success measures at the individual faculty level. So some of those discussions internally to the college can occur about whether Professor Jones should not be teaching online or might need additional help, or gives the college a chance to look at the students in Professor Jones' class and see that they need additional assistance because of the path they're on. Are there any other questions for Dr. Simpson?
Yes.
What's the time per review for the self-evaluation? What's the time per review for the peer evaluation per course?
The time that it takes to review them, I think it depends on your level of comfort with applying the keys. So if the language in the keys is completely new to you, the concepts are completely new to you, it will take you more time. If you're new to reviewing others' courses and you're maybe nervous about reviewing others' courses, it will take you more time. As you become more facile with the keys and with the process, it wouldn't take me more than 20 minutes to review a course using the keys. What takes time is not reviewing the courses for the keys. What takes time is working with faculty when you find that there are problems in their courses to remediate the faculty and help them find pathways to improve. That's time consuming, incredibly time consuming, and that is truly where many colleges struggle with finding the resources necessary to be able not just to review the course, but then to work with faculty on how to improve the course.
In this pilot, will that data be available?
We've not tracked that time whatsoever, no.
Maybe we need a summer camp for them.
For
faculty who need to beef up their courses.
We definitely have a lot of training. I don't know if we need a summer camp, but we definitely have a lot of training that has been occurring. We have a lot of training that's been occurring for many years, and plans for training to continue to occur. This is a concern across all of higher education, not just KCTCS. It has been highlighted significantly, particularly since COVID, with so many more faculty moving in online. The interesting conversation is the federal government and people continue to be worried about online. No one's really caring about what's happening in face-to-face, and those faculty haven't really been trained to teach either, which can be a different type of problem. It has really highlighted, however, that there are problems when we bring folks in to teach. Teaching is its own profession. If you go to any four-year institution, you will see colleges of education which show that people study this stuff as their profession. And generally, when we hire faculty, they've not studied this stuff as their profession. They've studied the subject for which they are responsible for teaching. So we really are asking faculty to practice two professions, the profession they teach and the profession of teaching. And that's a lot for any person to manage, two different complete subject matter expertise. And so the work that we are doing is the same work that is happening across the nation, trying to help faculty be better at teaching, because by nature of the way we run higher education, we don't hire faculty for their teaching expertise, we hire them for their knowledge in the subject matter. So we definitely need to continue more professional development, particularly very targeted, research-based, evidence-based professional development. And I don't think that that will stop. I think that had continued before this initiative, and I see that continuing on and in perpetuity, because it will always be a need in higher education.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and I just want to go on the record as commending faculty across this state for the work that they have done. And I don't know if you could say labor of love, I don't know what it is, but I think we really need to keep in the back of our mind as we create these benchmarks and say, well, here's where we were with higher education, online learning before and now, and remember the difficulty. If you were not a faculty member who was shoved online, who had taught principally in the classroom, your comments are spot on. Faculty stepped up and they responded to that. And I want to make sure that they know that this is to help them, whatever we do moving forward. And I, as a faculty member, will continue to stand that this will not be punitive in any way. Because faculty are doing the work, and people who have not really done it a whole lot really don't understand the magnitude. And exactly what you said, it is not just your discipline, but it is also the process of managing all this continually evolving technological requirement that is also placed on faculty. So if there are faculty watching, whether I'm ever elected to this again, I want to say thank you for everything that you have done and everything that you continue to do. Faculty are under the gun all the time. They are evaluated continually from every angle. And I just really appreciate the fortitude that they have to continue doing this work, because I'm sure no one is really getting rich doing it. And they love it. And I just want to thank them for sticking in there and admonish all of us moving forward to remember what the last 3 years of data looked like and how we arrived there in the pandemic, trying to do online learning, and you're principally a person who stands in front of students and does the work every day.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Are there any other questions for Dr. Simpson? If not, I'm going to change places with her and give you all a very brief update on some required reporting to the board, and then my report will be over. Could you pull up the other? Okay, so my phone, can you hear me now? Always worry about that. Now I need the PowerPoint, please. So what I want to talk to you about today is really 4 quick updates. The first is one on the new degree programs and certificates. So you all, a few board meetings ago, provided to the KCTCS president the authority to approve new degrees and always they've had certificate approval, but new degrees that are already in the college catalog but are new to an institution. And so then I'm to report to them to you quarterly. And so we did have 2 new degrees, one at Hazard Community and Technical College, an Associate of Applied Science and Education. We actually went back and forth with CPE on this one. Many of our colleges are moving into regular associate degrees because they transfer more easily. But this is a technical program degree, but it's really such a big pathway, particularly for Hazard, and it can still transfer. It just means that the student will need a few more general education courses.
This partnership with 5 school districts and the need to also have paraeducators, which this degree prepares, was really important to the community. So we approved that one. We also approved a new diploma in practical nursing at Elizabethtown Community and Technical College. And again, that's in partnership with Twin Lakes Medical Center and Baptist Health Hardin. We also approved 33 new certificates, most of them within existing programs. Each of those is in your board materials, so if you're interested in seeing what these are or the discipline, you're welcome to check your board materials, so I'm happy to answer questions. We talk about points of pride, and one is that we are #1 nationally in the number of credentials that we award. Now that's per capita. If you look at it just in number of credentials, we're actually still in the top, I'm going to say 10, but I think it's actually less than that. We are very proud of our students and the stackable credentials they earn, because many of them do come and go in and out of the workforce. They'll come, they'll get a credential, they'll go back to work, and then they'll add to that credential. We also, twice a year, present to you the programs that we suspend. So if the program is no longer needed in the community, or there's not student interest in the program, or the teacher has not been able to be found for the program for some time, we suspend programs. When you suspend it, the college has 5 years to teach out current students in the program. You don't want to hurt a student just because you're suspending a program, but they can also reopen that program within those 5 years. So just as a reminder for folks that may not be understand our credentials exactly, we have stackable credentials. The certificate is a grouping of classes, or may, in the case of nurse aid, be one class that constitutes a certificate that that student can take into employment. We then have a diploma, which is essentially skills-related courses, but does not include the general education courses that are transferable. And then we have the associate degree, which can be a directly transferable degree, like an Associate of Arts or Associate of Science, or a terminal degree that is transferable as the Associate of Arts in Science. Both the associate degree and the diploma have tracks. Those are specialty tracks. So in business, you might have a marketing specialty track, an accounting specialty track, etc. So when we close down things, when we suspend things, it may include tracks, and that can be confusing. Doesn't mean the degree or diploma is going away. It means there's no longer interest in that specialization. So we had 4 AAS degrees, 1 diploma, 65 certificates, and 14 program tracks that were suspended July to December of this academic year, 84 suspensions, which is only 2 less than the total of suspensions last year. So our faculty and our academic leadership have been really looking at their inventories. This information too, I think it has been shared with Huron and certainly will be part of the look as they look at our programs. But you can see by institution, and again, the reasons for the suspensions are available in your board book. Are there any questions on any of that so far? Then I'm going to pop along to the headcount trend. This was from 2 weeks ago, but it hasn't really changed. Our enrollment this spring term is up 7% over last spring term. The slide here says 7.2%. At this point, as of today, it's actually 7%. And that's 4,000 more students in overall headcount than we had last spring, which is great news for us. You all have been sent the link to this Tableau screen, so you can look at it weekly. It's updated every Friday. But this will end for spring at the end of next week. Alicia mentioned that we're doing our snapshot of data for our official data count. That happens on March 31st. We will only then have one more final report on headcount for spring, and shortly we'll start doing headcount for fall. But that is our enrollment headcount, and we're excited that it's going up. That's good news. Any questions on any of that? All right, I did want to give 2 quarter highlights. I already talked about the Pathfinder Award for high school teachers and counselors. We're also very excited about a developmental series we did with Ruffalo Noel Levitz. They're a national leader in strategic enrollment management. And so we've been doing a professional development series with the colleges. I think it was 77 individuals from across the colleges participated in this emerging leaders training. But I also want to point out your KCTCS profile. It was on your desk yesterday. And if you turn to page 13 in it, you'll see our points of pride. And we have a lot to talk about that's good about KCTCS. April is Community College Month. You'll be seeing all sorts of April's Community College Month information coming out. But now is the time to really be telling our story. And I do ask that you, as ambassadors at your church, in your community, at your Rotary or Kiwanis, that you as ambassadors in your grocery stores or in your after-school programs, just as we ask our faculty and staff, and you all on your social media, elevate the social media we put out, if you would, about April is Community College Month. Community colleges are extraordinary development engines in their community, and I'm incredibly proud of the work done by our 16 and the support provided by our system office. So I will finish my commercial, but just know I'm a believer, and I hope that you all will help me believe that. And then we do have an action item. I always like to show a picture of a graduating class. This is at Somerset. I am asking you, recommending to you, that you approve the awarding of KCTCS's colleges candidates for degrees and diplomas and ratify the certificates as presented in your supplemental booklet. KCTCS candidates for credentials October 2022 to January 5th, 2023, with the credentials to be awarded to the candidates upon certification that the requirements have been satisfactorily met. Because we have all these short certificates, people can graduate all year, so we now bring them to you in groups of 4. I'm excited about those folks that got to walk, and I'm excited about the ones in front of you. And with that, Chair Stevens, I ask for action.
Thank you, Matt. Chancellor, is there a motion to approve the action item? Second.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogart. Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan. Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green. Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The votes are unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'd like to entertain a motion that pursuant to KRS 61.810, the individual personal matter discussions, the board go into closed session. At this time, there will be some action items when the board comes out that they'll need to ratify on that. So do I hear a motion we go into closed session?
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
This also includes personnel and student matters. That's part of the motion. So just to clarify,
Yes.
motion.
I'll make the motion in closed session.
Second.
Roll call. Yes. Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogart. Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan. Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green. Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
Motion carries. We are now in closed session.
And I think for board members, there's lunch here, we'd like to convene.
It'll appear,
just read it directly.
Yep.
Here's
Say it under
motion.
recommendation.
We go back in open session.
Okay.
Parliamentarian.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
All right. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you make the second or what?
No.
Richard made the motion, I was trying to get a second.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Bogard. Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan. Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green. Yes. Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Here.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
All members except Regent Finan are present. We have a quorum. We may proceed.
Thank you. We have 4 action items that came out of the closed meeting, and I'll ask the parliamentarian to read the first 3 and Hannah to read the last one. Please, and we'll vote on each one of them individually.
Okay, we have various people who will be making those motions. For the record, let it reflect that no action was taken during the closed session. We will begin with the student appeal motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation that the KCTCS Board of Regents ratify the recommendation of the Student Appeal Panel regarding a student's appeal of their suspension from Jefferson Community and Technical College.
I'll second that motion.
All right,
Call, please.
roll call. Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Aye.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The motion is unanimous, that it passes.
Next item on the agenda. Pam?
Okay, this is for the ratification of Dr. Paul Zarapata's resignation. The board must take action on this. Who is making that motion?
Aye.
Okay.
March 2nd.
So the motion is to ratify the resignation of former President Paul Zarapata. Okay, it's second. Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Aye.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Next item on the agenda, Pam?
So this action item is to ratify the appointment of Dr. Ferguson as acting president and to ratify his compensation.
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay, I would like to make a clarification that the compensation is the compensation as was previously approved, as well as a finding that necessitates Dr. Ferguson's presence in Versailles anywhere from 3 to 6 days per week.
So moved.
And that's a mandate, right?
That is correct.
Second.
All right, roll call. Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Aye.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Next item on the agenda, Hannah?
The next item on the agenda is regarding the search for the next KCTCS president. I believe Regent Cox is going to make a motion regarding that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make this motion as I believe it's the best interest of the entire KCTC community. That motion is that we commence a national search for the permanent president of KCTC immediately. And as a
matter of how we execute on that, that we direct staff as appropriate to narrow down to 2 search firms or committees, 2 search agencies, if you will, and bring back to us as a board the pertinent information whereby the board can make the decision is to choose one of those search firms to fill the permanent presidency of KCTC.
Any questions? The motion.
Is there a second?
Hearing none? There's a vote second.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
I'd like to vote and explain my vote.
Yes.
My vote is going to be aye, but as I mentioned in our previous meeting as board online earlier, I do think that it is very important to move the system forward, that we do proceed with getting a full-time permanent president. But I do think that it is imperative that we do pause long enough to make sure we do get the right search committee, that we do get the right pool of candidates this time, having attempted a quick interim search which failed miserably. And I don't think that we need to be in a big rush, knowing that we have an excellent leader at the helm in our acting president currently. So while I am going to vote aye on this today, I don't think that I feel very pressured. I don't want to feel very pressured to have someone in place very, very quickly if it is not absolutely the right candidate. So again, with all of the external forces at play here, I think we need to be very careful moving forward to make sure that we do get the right person to move the system forward. So my vote will be aye.
Thank you. Regent Bogart.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Aye.
Regent Girdler.
Aye, I'd like to just echo Regent Fletcher's commentary, please.
Thank you. Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye. And I would concur with Regent Girdler and Regent Fletcher.
Thank you. Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye, and I also concur with Regent Gerber, Regent Fletcher, and Regent Jackson.
And Regent Whitten.
I, with explanation as well, I will also agree with Regent Girdler, Fletcher, Regent Smith. I'm the deputy, so I get the last one. Everybody who also explained their vote. The same thing, it's very important that on behalf of faculty and staff that we choose the right person to lead us. So with that caveat, I will vote aye.
Yes.
Point of clarification for the record, although we will be utilizing a search firm, we will encourage and have a way for candidates to apply on their own if they are so interested, and rather than solely relying on the search firm to send us candidates.
Correct. The search firm will will be able to take those candidates that would like to apply on their own.
Let me be clear. What my motion was to bring back 2, which at that time I think we defined the process procedure. I don't want my motion to have that in it.
Correct. So the point of clarification is just for future use. And so I would say that the vote is unanimous on this. The motion carries with many qualifiers about take your time, do what's best.
Thank you. The next regular meeting will be June the 15th, 16th at West Kentucky in Paducah. We will let you know. We'll probably be several special meetings between now and then, so just be on the alert of that is. And I want to thank everyone for attending. Anyone else have any final comments before we press the motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adjourn.
Second.
If no one objects, we can go by consensus.
No. We adjourn.
Chair has